but James, I like Pima County. Yeah, I know, I do too. But let me see here. I gotta turn off my camera, my microphone. All right, let's go. We just gotta wait to be let in.
24752 to register your speaker information. If you need to leave a voicemail message, please include.
All right, and we're on. We are on. Let's go. What the hell? I hear birds. Damn, somebody turn off their microphone. All right. So this is California right here. We are going to be attending an BANC hearing. It starts out kind of boring.
Good morning,
but it will get better.
Are we ready?
We are, sir.
Are we ready? Good morning. I'm Scott Wyckoff, Executive Officer for the Board of Parole Hearings. Thank you for being with us today and welcome to the Board of Parole Hearings monthly Executive Board meeting. We are hosting this meeting in person and by video and telephone using Microsoft Teams. We have a majority of the commissioners in person for this meeting as required by law. Some of our commissioners are participating in the hearing remotely and will remain on camera unless they have technical problems. If a commissioner appearing by video is experiencing connectivity issues and needs to turn off their camera, the chairperson will announce this at the earliest opportune time. For those participating by video, if you experience connectivity issues during the meeting, we have found that turning off your camera may help you see and hear those who are speaking and help us to hear you when you are speaking. If you wish to speak today, we ask that you fill out a speaker card on the board's website under the tab called Board Meetings and the link called Meeting Agendas. We will also provide an opportunity for those who have not submitted a speaker card to comment. You can find additional documents with helpful instructions and tips for participating in today's meeting on the board's website. Just go to the tab at the top called Board Meetings and select the link for Meeting Agendas. There is also a helpline available during the meeting if you are experiencing difficulties. Please call 916-445-4072. The number is also on the first page of today's agenda and the agenda page of the board's website. If no one immediately answers your call, please leave a message. Someone will return your call as quickly as possible. Most commissioners and board staff use computers to take notes during the meeting, so please do not be concerned if a commissioner is looking at their computer while someone is speaking. We ask that you please mute your computer, microphone, or phone. If you do not mute yourself, a moderator will mute you to eliminate feedback and background noise. Your comments are important to us and we want to hear from everyone. For this reason, comments may only be made after the moderator calls a speaker's name or identifies them by their login credentials. We will call cases in the order they are listed on the agenda. Once a speaker is called upon, they will be able to unmute their microphone to make a comment. Please be respectful and refrain from engaging in disruptive behavior, or you may be removed from this meeting. Please note that some speakers may include explicit crime details in their statements during the meeting. This could trigger strong reactions or be difficult to hear for some people and is not appropriate for children. Written statements may be submitted to the email address on the agenda, and written statements are considered the same as oral comments. Today, we will first take care of some administrative matters and hear a presentation. We will then hear general public comments regarding the board. Then we will take comments on individual cases in the order the cases appear on the agenda. All comments are limited to 2 minutes per speaker. We ask that you please be respectful of the time limits. Also, if you timely submitted a written response to the board, the commissioners will consider it. For this reason, you are encouraged to reference your written statement and use your time today to provide additional information as needed. Once the board has heard comments on each case on the agenda, the board will go into closed session to deliberate and vote on each case. Board staff will post the decisions for today's cases within 24 hours in the lobby on the ground floor of the board's office at 1515 K Street, Sacramento, and on the board's website. I will now turn the meeting over to Commissioner Sharif.
Good morning and thank you. Today's date is April 21st, 2025. The Board of Parole Hearings Executive Board meeting is now in session. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Chairperson present, Commissioner Barton.
Present.
Commissioner Cassidy.
Present.
Commissioner Chappelle,
Present.
Commissioner Dobbs,
Present.
Commissioner Garland,
Present.
Commissioner Infante,
Present.
Commissioner Cozell,
Present.
Commissioner Long,
Present.
Commissioner Minor,
Here.
Commissioner Muniz,
Present.
Commissioner Dudim,
Present.
Commissioner Nawaji,
Present.
Commissioner O'Mara,
Present.
Commissioner Purcell,
Present.
Commissioner Ruff,
Present.
Commissioner Schneider,
Present.
Commissioner Sheffield,
Present.
Commissioner Tyra,
Present.
Commissioner Thornton.
Present.
Please note for the minutes that a majority of the commissioners currently appointed are present in person at 1515 K Street in Sacramento. We will now turn to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are routine matters that require board approval. Does any board member have any comments or clarifications regarding the March 2025 meeting minutes? Not hearing anything. The April backlog report is posted online on the board's website at the end of the consent calendar. Does any board member have any comments or clarifications regarding the backlog report? Again, not hearing anything. At this time, any member of the public may comment on the consent calendar, including the March minutes and the April backlog report. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. Please wait until we call your name or identify you by your login information to speak. Moderator, are there any comments on the consent calendar?
We do not have any speaker cards. If you would like to make a comment on the consent calendar and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. To make a comment on the consent calendar by telephone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to make a comment on the consent calendar? Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers. Oh, we do have a hand raised. Go ahead, Cortez family.
Yes, ma'am. This is all really new to us, and we were told we had 2 minutes to say a comment.
Hold on one moment. This is for the consent calendar. We're not actually accepting comments on individual cases at this time.
I'm so sorry. Okay, I will wait.
Not a problem. You'll have your opportunity later on. Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers on the consent calendar.
Thank you, moderator. Commissioners, is there a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
I'll make the motion. Cozell second.
Motion made by Commissioner Dobbs, second by Commissioner Cozell. I will now call roll for the vote. Commissioner Barton.
Aye.
Commissioner Cassidy.
Aye.
Commissioner Chappelle.
Aye.
Commissioner Dobbs.
Aye.
Commissioner Garland.
Aye.
Commissioner Infante.
Aye.
Commissioner Cozell.
Aye.
Commissioner Long.
Aye.
Commissioner Minor.
Aye.
Commissioner Muniz.
Aye.
Commissioner Dudim.
Aye.
Commissioner Nawaji.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Mara.
Aye.
Commissioner Purcell.
Aye.
Commissioner Ruff.
Aye.
Commissioner Schneider.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheffield.
Aye.
Commissioner Tyra.
Aye.
Commissioner Thornton.
Aye.
The chairperson also votes aye. The motion carries. We will now hear a report from Executive Officer Mr. Scott Wyckoff.
Good morning, Commissioners. 2 matters to update you on or to report on. The first, I want to let everyone know that 2 weeks ago, the California Senate voted to approve the appointments of Commissioners Tyra, Sharif, Minor, and Long. So congratulations to them, and I look forward to working with them during their next tenure. Next is regarding outreach. 2 outreach matters I want to report out on. On April 7th, I attended a question and answer with Life for Support Alliance in conjunction with Project LA Bay Area at the San Quentin Rehabilitation Center. About 50 men were there. As I've come to expect when I go to these events, all of them are asking really thoughtful questions about the board process, what to expect, what it is the commissioners are looking for. And they've been clearly doing a lot of work, a lot of programming, a lot of thinking. And I always walk away from those experiences with a sense of hope that they are putting in the time and the effort, and the path to redemption is something that they are following. And a couple other comments that they offered. One, they very much appreciated the fact that the board was there. The question and answer session was facilitated by Vanessa Nelson Sloan. I was there to answer a few questions, but mostly there to listen, to hear about their experiences before the board. She did an excellent job and really stressed to them that they need to express how they've changed. And it's not so much what the board is expecting, because what the board expects is them to talk about their change and to identify how it is that they are no longer the person that they were when they went to prison. They also wanted me to make sure that I let all of you know that there is an open invitation to go and meet with them. And I highly encourage it if the opportunity presents itself. The next day, I attended a ceremony at CDCR headquarters for National Crime Victims Week. It was, again, very moving to have groups there representing crime victims talk about the support services that they have for the victims. And so pleased to be able to represent the board in that capacity. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Wyckoff. We will now hear a report from Chief Counsel, Ms. Jessica Blonian. Thank you, Mr. Wyckoff.
Good morning, everybody. To start with, I have a litigation update. There's a new published case in Ray Batten out of the First District Court of Appeal. Ms. Batten argued that there was a disparate parole violation sanctions for people who were released under Penal Code Section 3000.01 with the 3-year parole term and 3000.1, which has a lifetime parole term. She was released before July 1st of 2020 and was subject to the lifetime parole and mandatory remand to custody. The First District Court of Appeal Division 4 issued a published opinion affirming Batten's remand to CDCR custody for violation of her parole conditions. The court found that a rational basis review applied and that there was a rational basis for treating the two groups differently. Also eagerly awaited, the court has set oral argument in the CJLF case. You might remember this is the case which prevents CDCR from applying credits to people's minimum eligible parole date. And that argument is set for May 20th at 9:30 a.m. And then presuming the court accepts the case for decision at that date, which they normally do, decision will be due in 90 days. So I also have a staffing update. I'm excited to announce that we have promoted Riley Helgren to an Attorney 1 position with BPH Legal Division. Riley joined the board as a graduate legal assistant in January and has come up to speed quickly in our graduate legal assistant team. She passed the California bar in July of 2024 after graduating from the UNLV William S. Boyd School of Law in May of 2024. And in 2018, she graduated with an undergraduate degree in liberal studies from Oklahoma State University. Fascinating, while in law school, Riley worked as an extern for the UNLV Athletics Compliance Office, drafting UNLV's first policy providing financial and educational benefits to student athletes for the use of their name, image, and likeness. So welcome, Riley. I'm sure you all will get to meet her soon and enjoy working with her. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blanyon. We will now hear a report from Chief Psychologist, Dr. Jasmine Tarani.
Good morning, Commissioners. I wanted to provide some preliminary findings from the 2024 CRA risk assessment data analyses, as it will be included in the soon-to-be released 2024 significant events report that's published by the board. And as you may recall, typically in October of each year, the FAD provides an overview of the preceding year's risk assessment data. This allows us sufficient time to analyze the findings, as well as to report recidivism outcome data in order to determine whether our comprehensive risk assessments continue to demonstrate predictive validity. In conducting some preliminary analyses, what stood out to me was the decrease in the number of persons found to be low risk. As you may recall, in 2023, 15% of individuals appearing before the FAD and being evaluated were found to be low risk, whereas in 2024, 10% of individuals were found to be low risk. Why would that be? Well, this is a trend that we have been seeing in recent years, which requires a more nuanced analysis. As we have long reported, the changing demographics and with more individuals appearing before the board with dynamic risk-relevant factors, it is not a surprise that our distribution of low, moderate, and high risk ratings will also evolve. This is an expected outcome. One fact that I noticed in analyzing the data is that this past year, we saw a significant increase in the number of persons who were evaluated who were sentenced under the 3 strikes law. Now, why would that make any difference? Well, persons serving a third strike, as a group, what we have found in our data, they tend to have higher risk management needs, have more dynamic risk factors, including recent instability, and are more likely to have a history of sexual offenses in their background. At the same time, I want to emphasize that the FAD continues to conduct an individualized analysis of each and every person who comes before us. With that said, we look at the group data in order to identify overall trends and as a feedback loop for program evaluation. There is considerably more work to be done in analyzing last year's risk assessment data, and I look forward to reporting a full comprehensive analysis this coming October. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Dr. Tarani. We will now hear a report from Assistant Chief of the Office of Victim and Survivor Rights and Services, Mr. Mike Young.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Young, Assistant Chief, Office of Victim Services. Just a couple of quick, very brief updates for you this morning. One regarding some outreach that we've been working on in order to try and aid in the transfer of victim information from the counties to CDCR when the offender is transferred over. We've started a pilot project. We're working with the county to transfer the victim information along as well. And so we've been piloting this with Yolo County to start. They've been great in helping us kind of fill in the missing pieces of the information that we're getting from the courts and helping us get more and more victims registered. So by the time they do need notifications of release or parole hearings or whatever it is, we do have them on file properly and registered, and we can do that service to them. The other quick update for you is regarding our accountability letter bank. I know that I've talked about it in the past to the commissioners. this is kind of some of the changes that have happened due to the implementation of Senate Bill 379, which did put the accountability letter bank in statute. However, that Senate bill did require us to not put the, we can no longer put the letters in the central file. So if we are receiving letters into the accountability letter bank, you'll no longer see them in the C file. And the reason I bring it up now is because we actually just finished the process of removing all of the letters that were in there from the central file. So I just wanted to update that you'll no longer see the letters in the central file for that program. And that's all I have for you today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Young. Before we continue and move forward, we will note that Commissioner Garland is having some technical difficulties and her video is offline at this time. Our presentation today is on the 2024 report of significant events by Executive Officer Scott Wyckoff.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Since 2017, the board has been publishing a report of significant events. Those reports typically cover general workload, grants and denials, legal updates, descriptions of the training that the commissioners and the psychologists, the FAD evaluators go through every year. The reports, I think, from my understanding, have been well received in terms of promoting transparency of the board, the work that we do, and the areas that we will work on. I look forward to continuing the process of creating that report, and I'm pleased to provide some details about what this year's report will show. I've decided to focus today just on the high-level workload and the grant rates for various groups. So in 2024, there were 7,999 hearings scheduled. There were 3,764 hearings held. Both those numbers are down slightly from 2023, where I believe the numbers were over 8,000 and the hearings were slightly over 4,000. The parole grant rates, there were 1,150 parole grants. That number is also down. That number is 31% of hearings held and 14% of hearings scheduled. Both those numbers are down from 2023. The grant rate for those eligible for a youth offender parole hearing was 30%. That number is also down from last year. The grant rate for those eligible for an elderly parole hearing was 32%. That number is also down from last year. For petitions to advance, for hearings held on a petition to advance in 2024, the grant rate was 36%. That's down from 49% in 2024. And then for administrative reviews, for hearings held in 2024 pursuant to an administrative review, the grant rate was 51%. That is down from 56% in 2023. Obviously, there is a lot more information that will be provided in the 2024 Significance Event Report. And as Dr. Tarani alluded to, our hope is to have that posted online within the next week or two. And I look forward to receiving further feedback. And I know the stakeholders who we work with will have some comments and feedback from us on what this report means. So thank you. And I'm also happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, Commissioner.
Awesome.
So when do we expect the report to actually be out in full?
My hope is that by the end of this week or early next week.
Thank you again, Mr. Wyckoff. Does any board member wish to request an agenda item for a future meeting? Not hearing anything. Now we will hear comments from the public regarding general matters related to the board. We are not taking comments on cases right now. Comments concerning future parole hearings are not permitted during this meeting. Please send those comments to the board for inclusion in the materials for that hearing. Comments are limited to 2 minutes, and there is no opportunity for rebuttal. Please wait to speak until we call your name or identify you by your log.
And yes, you are always in person.
Yes, I am, like it or not. So as Mr. Wyckoff reported, he was kind enough to join LSA recently at a parole Q&A session for lifers and LWOPs at San Quentin. We very much appreciated having him join us, as did the 50 some odd, and some of them are pretty odd, men who were at the discussion. Many others would have liked to have joined that discussion, but because of program restrictions, they could only catch bits and pieces of the conversation, so we're going to have to go back and do that again. The participants there came up with some pre-session questions they provided us before the meeting, and honestly, I'm always amazed at the differentiation between different groups of lifers. As Mr. Wyckoff said, some of the questions were very thoughtful and very intuitive, and then there were those that had some really off of something questions, including how much time does the board want a lifer to do before getting a grant? What's the biggest reason for parole denial? How does someone who's never been disruptive show they've changed, as if crime wasn't disruptive? But my personal favorite this time around was, when is the board going to begin using artificial intelligence to make parole decisions? Which I hope is the 12th of never. The parole Q&A format is an increasingly popular event, and we've been processing requests from several locations to bring that program style to many institutions, and we'll do that as soon as we can. Right now, we're working on dates for Pelican Bay, Solano, and PVSP. Please know that any of you are welcome at any time to attend, participate, and observe in any combination thereof at any institution where we're at. Pelican Bay is probably a stretch to get some of you up there, but I know the newly formed Lifer LWOP group up there would be thrilled to see a commissioner or two. And I do find that the differentiation between the questions that are on point and the questions that are old school are just that. From the older lifers, they tend to be the, when is the board going to release me? They have to let me go after X number of years, as opposed to the newer group of lifers or the younger lifers who understand, or coming to understand, that you have to do the work and you're responsible for your own suitability. So I hope we see you at some of these. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Antonio Calles. Antonio, if you're with us, go ahead and approach the podium, or if you're joining us, oh, I can see you are. There you go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. It's a pleasure to be back here again this month. I want to speak on an observation that I made regarding a friend who recently paroled. He's doing well, by the way. His name is Juan. Juan was trying to get to El Dorado County at a transition house called Jesus Our Boss, who had open beds. And unfortunately, it was decided that he would go to Freedom Through Education, his second choice, located in Sacramento. That kind of hindered some of his plans when they came to work. Jesus Our Boss had facilities on grounds for dog training. Mr. Montoya, for example, wanted to start a dog training business, and he had things in place for that as part of his parole plans. This is not for Juan Montoya specifically, but speaking in general, when an inmate has parole plans favoring a certain area of parole, I would really like to see DAPO or whoever is involved in the decision-making process of where that individual will go to take into consideration the parole plans, not just where there's a bed available. I appreciate it. Hope something will come of it. Questions will be asked. Thank you very much. Y'all have a great day. Bye.
Thank you. The next speaker card we have is for Sarah Stout. Sarah, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself or approach the podium. I see you. Go ahead.
Trying to get my camera to come on, but I don't see it working, which is fine.
That's okay. We can hear you.
Great. Good morning. My name is Sarah Stout, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at Prison Policy Initiative. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that produces research to expose the harms of mass incarceration and then works with local campaigns to enact reform. As part of our partnership with Uncommon Law, it came to our attention that the parole board is sometimes using preliminary drug tests. Sorry?
I'm sorry, there's some interference. Keep
Okay.
going. We'll mute them.
Thank you.
What is your name, please?
It came
I'm
to our
sorry?
attention that the California Parole Board was occasionally using preliminary drug test results as part of their deliberations about parole. We have some concerns. We've been studying this issue across the country and would like to comment on them. Our first issue is that the accuracy of these tests is highly suspect. In many contexts, like evidentiary hearings during trials, preliminary drug screens like these are excluded because of their unreliability. And it's rare that confirmatory testing is done for these preliminary test results. And it also seems that incarcerated people are not always being given notice or the information they would need to challenge a positive drug test they know to be false. There are fundamental due process concerns raised by using these preliminary tests to make the most important decision in an incarcerated person's life, whether or not they will be freed. Second, we have concerns about how this practice affects the integrity of the medication-assisted treatment program. In order for medication-assisted treatment to work successfully in any setting, participation must not be hampered by punishment for relapse or the threat that test results will be used against people. This is why across the country, including in New York, laws that have expanded medication-assisted treatment in their prisons specifically forbid disciplinary actions for positive tests. And while California also does not use drug tests in facility disciplinary hearings, the carve-out for use by the parole board is even more damaging. We can think of no greater disincentive to entering a medication-assisted treatment program than the threat that at any time, a false positive drug test could keep someone in prison for years longer than they otherwise would be. MAT programs are the gold standard for drug treatment, and offering this life-saving medical care in prisons is essential, and it's essential that we do all we can to encourage people to take advantage
Your
of
2
it.
minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
Positive tests, when they occur, should be used confidentially only between a patient and their doctor to adjust treatment as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Bernice Singh Rogers. Bernice, if you're with us, go ahead and approach the podium or unmute or press *6 by telephone.
Oh, thank you. One second, I apologize. Okay. Good morning. My name is Bernice Singh, and I'm also married to an incarcerated individual at Salinas Valley State Prison. His hope, our hope, and our future for outside those walls depend on a fair process through the Board of Parole hearings. That hope is being crushed by a system that has failed to act with transparency, accountability, or basic fairness. The board has known since at least October 2024 that over 5,000 urine drug screens performed between April and July of last year may have produced false positives for opiates, yet these results are still being used in comprehensive risk assessments and parole decisions. Let me be clear, these drug tests are preliminary, not confirmatory. Even before the scandal, medical professionals warned that using these results in parole decisions would have a chilling effect on participation in treatment. Now we know that many of these positives weren't even real, and still no formal notice has been given to those impacted. I'm calling on the board to immediately notify everyone who received a CRA or parole hearing during that time and to stop using treatment records in decisions where you lack the clinical expertise to interpret them properly. You must also create a mechanism to revisit and reverse any decisions influenced by these flawed results and completely remove the reference from official records. People like my husband should not be held back by faulty tests, bureaucratic negligence, or silence. If the system is going to claim to be just, then they must start by doing what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is from Milena Blake. Milena, if you're with us, go ahead and approach the podium, unmute, or press *6 if you're joining us by telephone. Milena, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. We'll circle back to Milena. The next speaker card I have is for Susan Champion. Susan, if you're with us, go ahead or approach the podium or press *6 by telephone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello. Oh, excellent. Hi. Thank you so much, commissioners, for hearing our comments today. I just wanted to very briefly mention that I have seen clients be punished for participation in the MAT program. I've seen deputy commissioners, for example, tell my client that they're a drug addict and shouldn't be released because they're participating in the MAT program, which I feel is, what's the word I'm looking for? It discourages them from getting the treatment and help that they need. And because these are medical records and subject to HIPAA, and because they have such a huge impact on board decisions and on our clients' lives, I would recommend that the board no longer accept or interrogate these aspects of our clients' records in making their decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The last speaker I have is Alicia Montero. Alicia, if you're in person, please approach the podium.
Hi, hello?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Alicia Montero. I'm the founder of Just Advocate and also help prepare incarcerated individuals for the Board of Parole hearings. But I'm also here as a wife. My husband's been incarcerated for over 2 decades. And today I wanted to speak to the board, speak on the board's continued reliance on treatment records in parole decisions, especially in light of the recent false positive scandal. As the Guardian reported, excuse me, I'm coming down to something. More than 5,000 drug screens between April and July 2024 likely produced false positives. The board has known about this since October, yet it continues to use these test results to deny parole or refuse advancement. And worse, people weren't even notified. Even before this false positive issue came to light, the board's use of drug treatment records in parole decisions was already creating fear. People were afraid to seek help because they knew those records might be misinterpreted or used against them. On top of that, the way testing is being conducted inside is deeply flawed. We've heard numerous accounts from incarcerated people who say they're being told to submit urine samples in empty water bottles or other non-sterile containers. That kind of contamination should disqualify the test entirely, and yet these same results are being cited in decisions that determine a person's future. What's worse is that the people interpreting these records often aren't qualified to do so. They're overriding the conclusions of actual medical providers, using misreadings and unconfirmed results to keep people caged. That's not rehabilitation, it's punishment on top of more punishment, and it's keeping people inside for years, sometimes decades longer than their minimum sentence. The impact on families, children, and entire communities is devastating. Just a week ago, my own husband received a positive test result despite being sober and stable for years. His test wasn't even during the time frame the Guardian covered, but it shows the larger issue, how easy it is to weaponize treatment records when there's no transparency or accountability. I urge the board to stop using treatment records to determine suitability, to notify every impacted person, and to create a mechanism to vacate decisions tied to these false positives. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to give one more chance to Milena Blake. Milena Blake, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone. Milena, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. If you would like to make a
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. My apologies. This is Milena Blake. Thank you. I was having technical difficulties. As I said, my name is Milena Blake. I'm an attorney with the Three Strikes Project, and I'd like to echo many of the concerns that the previous speakers stated about the use of positive drug tests during the parole process. In particular, I'm concerned about, one, discouraging people from participating in the MAT program. I think the MAT program is an excellent opportunity for people who've had long-term issues with substance use disorder. And I think it's an excellent program, and I think it would be a shame if people were discouraged from using it. My second concern is that these records are being used both during the comprehensive risk assessment and during parole hearings when the attorneys don't have access to the records. So because this recent concern with the false test, I think really shows why that's problematic. I don't, as my client's attorney, I don't have access to the same information that the board or the psychologist has to make that judgment. So I cannot express any concerns or any potential flaws with the test or the positive result. So as I said, I echoed many of the comments, I add my own. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If you would like to make a general comment and are on video, please raise your hand in Microsoft Teams. I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. We have a hand raised. Yoel Haley, please go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. Yoel, you're still...
Good morning, everyone. Yes,
Go ahead.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Yoel Haile. I'm the director of the Criminal Law and Immigration Project at the ACLU of Northern California. I've had the honor of working with and being mentored by many formerly and currently incarcerated people in California prisons over the last decade. I've written many letters to the parole board supporting people's efforts to get their freedom after years of incarceration. I remain inspired by the resilience, hard work, and constant effort of many incarcerated people to overcome their challenges and thrive in various treatment and educational programs. Today, I'm here to speak about the false positive drug tests that were conducted by Quest Diagnostics between April and July of 2024 that has affected more than 5,000 drug screens that were conducted. More broadly, I'd like to address the problematic practice of using treatment records in making parole decisions. Even before the scandal broke, treating clinicians at the prisons and addiction treatment specialists protested the board's use of treatment records in making parole decisions because they're only preliminary and not confirmatory tests, and because the board's practice discourages patients from getting the help they need out of fear that the board will misread and misuse their records to keep them in prison. To remedy this problematic practice, the board must immediately notify every parole candidate who received a comprehensive risk assessment or a parole consideration hearing in the past year, whose name appears on the list of more than 5,000 people who likely received a false positive test, advising them that their positive test results from April through July of 2024 were likely false positives. The board psychologists and commissioners should immediately stop using patients' treatment records and considering their suitability for parole. And more importantly, the board must create a second look mechanism to identify and vacate all adverse decisions that were based on false opiate tests from April through July of 2024 and remove all mention of such results from the many documents where those records are reflected. Thank
Your
you all
2
for your
minutes have
time.
elapsed. Oh, thank you. The next, go ahead, Allison. You have your hand up. Go ahead and unmute.
Good morning. I'm Allison Hardy from the Prison Law Office. I'm a supervising staff attorney, and we represent all people incarcerated in California state prisons in a case called Plata versus Newsom, which was brought to ensure that incarcerated people receive necessary medical care and resulted in the appointment of the Plata receiver. Our office has long been a strong supporter of the receiver's medication-assisted treatment program for people who have substance use disorder because it is life-saving and enables them to be healthy and productive. So I was extremely concerned last fall when I spoke to 3 incarcerated people at Mule Creek State Prison who were in the program and told me that their parole dates had been denied or deferred based on positive UA test results. All 3 strongly contested the validity of those test results, and one provided me with a headquarters appeal response dated in October, acknowledging that Quest Labs had indeed discontinued using a reagent because it was associated with false positives. I requested further information about this, about when this reagent was used and how many people were impacted. I was provided with a list of more than 6,000 people who received a positive test result during the period April through July 2024. I was told that the people impacted will receive written notification, but I do not believe that this has happened yet. We believe that the board's use of private health information in the parole consideration process infringes on patients' interest in confidentiality and is a disincentive to people who might otherwise seek treatment. These concerns are compounded in light of the lab's admission that their test results were unreliable. Incarcerated people should be able to participate in critical health care programs without fear that their parole could be jeopardized by unreliable medical information. We urge the board to stop using patients' treatment records during the
Your
parole
2 minutes have
consideration
elapsed.
process,
Please conclude your statement.
and immediately identify and vacate all adverse decisions that were based on positive results. Thank you.
Thank you. Gemma, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your hand is raised.
Good morning. My name is Hema Quetzal, and I'm the Policy Associate on Common Law. It has come to our attention that the documents required to be translated under AB 2310 are only available online through the board's website. These forms are not available in the law libraries, through counselors, or on tablets. Currently incarcerated limited English proficient individuals cannot access these documents directly. I've been contacted by limited English proficient individuals requesting information about these documents. People are aware these documents exist but cannot access these much needed forms. AB 2310 was a step towards language access in the parole hearing process. However, if individuals cannot easily access these documents, then we are back at square one. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Connie Lasky. I see you. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Connie.
Good morning. There are several cases on today's calendar for pardon and commutation requests. The applications of the governor for these requests may have been made months or even years before they are submitted to the board. The district attorney's offices are notified at the time of the application, but are not notified that they are being placed on the en banc calendar until the matter is placed on the agenda 2 weeks before the meeting. Unfortunately, this does not provide us with adequate time to file a subpoena for the inmate central file, so we have to commit blindly on the application with no information other than the inmate's brief comments. Comments which rarely include detailed information regarding institutional behavior or programming, making it difficult to determine whether the inmate is a suitable candidate for a pardon or commutation. Obviously, preparing an entire packet like we receive for parole hearings would be time-consuming for the board. However, it would be helpful if district attorney's offices and the inmate's attorney of record, if applicable, could be provided a BPH 1004 summary, which would at least provide us with a brief description of the inmate's rehabilitative efforts. And regarding the drug test issue that many of today's speakers have addressed, as district attorneys, we agree that the issue of false positives is a concern, but substance abuse during incarceration is a significant risk factor for parole suitability and parole success, as that is a common reason for a parole violation. And so it must be considered during parole suitability hearings. Having attended hundreds of hearings, I have never seen a commissioner or deputy commissioner hold MAT participation against an inmate. They are always commended for it. Ignoring ongoing substance abuse is not the answer. Requiring conformatory tests for positives would be a better solution and would provide what is needed information for parole suitability. Thank you.
Thank you. The next hand raised is for Ignacio Hernandez. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Ignacio. Your 2 minutes start when you begin to speak.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Ignacio Hernandez. I'm with the California Attorneys for Criminal Justice. I'm their legislative advocate and also communications director. I just want to speak very briefly on the false positive issue that's been coming up on drug test. We're very concerned and concur with all of the comments that were made by earlier speakers. Want to just add that in addition to notifying every individual, we believe that there should be some sort of public notice of every step taken to ensure that information is being put forward to impacted individuals. In addition, we think that there should be some sort of convening of stakeholders, including advocates, for those that are impacted, to discuss other steps that should be taken, not only to address current individuals, but to prevent problems going forward. This is not something that we should show up to hearings and meetings to hear about updates. This is something that should be updated regularly. And we should also be able to have a working group to figure out exactly what steps need to be taken to address the impact on what could be 5,000 or even more individuals. If that also requires moving staff to address this as quickly as possible, then that should be done. And again, there should be public information about that. We do not want this to be dealt with in the usual course of business or in a pace that would be much slower than is necessary. We need to move as quickly as possible. So we urge all of that information to be provided, and we look forward to working with all of the other advocates that have spoken out on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. The last hand up I have is for Rashmi Burka White. Rashmi, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Rashmi Burka White from the San Francisco Public Defender's Office. My client Dave learned of a false positive drug test during a routine checkup. Panicked, he wondered how this would impact his November 2024 board hearing. David unwaveringly told me that he had never used. He tried to explain to me that he was on Suboxone and it was impossible to consume opiates without ending up in the hospital. He told me that he genuinely took his programming to heart and that he maintained his sobriety for years. Most importantly, he was 72 and didn't know how many shots at board he would have left. We talked about the unavoidable fact that a dirty test only months before board was going to result in a denial. As an elderly man with a history of multiple suicide attempts, this was a difficult and painful conversation to have with him. Eventually, I got him used to the idea that this was a practice round, and the hearing ended up being long, arduous, and ultimately indeed ended up in a 3-year denial. In order to receive a grant of parole, the board expects that applicants demonstrate reliability, trustworthiness, rehabilitation, and rule-abiding behavior. Parole applicants should be able to expect the same from the board. These unreliable results are a breach of public trust that can only be understood to mean that the board fails in its duty to base their decisions on reliable information. The board must immediately notify these individuals of these false results and grant new hearings on grounds of fundamental notions of fairness. The board must stop relying on unverified information to make life or death decisions. David died a few weeks after his denial. He will never be able to hear that his tests were false positives, and he will never know how the stress of being wrongly accused of failing in the recovery he was working so hard to achieve affected his overall health. The board must do its best to ensure that those who are left have every opportunity to receive
Your
a
2 minutes
fair
have
shot.
elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
The board must do its best to ensure that those who are left have every opportunity to receive a fair shot at freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alesha, I see your hand is raised. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Thank you. Good morning, Alicia Montero again with Just Advocate, here to speak on the board's use of circumventing restitution to deny parole. This has been used heavily over the last year and a half, even as the sole reason to deny someone, despite clear guidance that it should not be used that way. Most importantly, there's no link between this and public safety. Thousands of people, including lifers with the lowest recidivism rates, have been released without issue. And the truth is, since restitution was created, it's been common knowledge among CDCR staff, families, and people inside that folks often support each other by putting money on each other's books. Framing that mutual support as public safety threat is not only wrong, it's deeply harmful. Thank you.
Thank you. To make a general comment by telephone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to make a general comment? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for general comments.
Thank you, moderator. I will now call roll for the commissioners participating in public comment, deliberations, and voting on the cases on today's agenda. Chairperson is present. Commissioner Barton. Present. Commissioner Chappelle.
Present.
Commissioner Dobbs.
Present.
Commissioner Kozel.
Present.
Commissioner Long. Present. Commissioner Nawaji.
Present.
Commissioner O'Meara.
Present.
Commissioner Purcell.
Present.
Commissioner Ruff.
Present.
Commissioner Schneider.
Present.
Commissioner Sheffield.
Present.
Please note for the minutes that a majority of the commissioners currently appointed are present in person. We will now hear comments regarding cases on today's agenda. For each case, first, we will take comments from those in support of the person on the agenda, starting with speaker cards and those who did not submit a speaker card. Then we will take comments from those in opposition to the person named on the agenda, starting with speaker cards and then calling those who did not submit a speaker card. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. There is no opportunity for rebuttal. If you are speaking, please eliminate any background noise. The moderator will call your name or identify you by your phone number when it's your turn. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. The first case today is Louis Baker, item number 12. Moderator, please call.
Commissioner, sorry to interrupt. You didn't call my name. I had a speaker card for the public comment, and I'm here. Keith Watley is my name.
There's no speaker card for you. No speaker card, but you may.
Well, I handed it to the gentleman there. I don't know what happened between there and here, but I'm happy to proceed if you don't mind. Good morning, Commissioners. Keith Watley from Uncommon Law. I appreciate the report on the significant events through 2024. You noted parole grants are lower, and if you would continue and extend that report through the beginning of 2025, you'll see the parole grant currently stands at just 10.6% of scheduled hearings and 24.8% of completed hearings, which is the lowest it's been in 15 years. Going in the wrong direction. Too many denials these days are related to the improper use of parole candidates' treatment records. Surely you've heard about the articles published in recent weeks about the thousands of false positive drug tests from last April through July for those participating in CDCR's medication-assisted treatment program. We had already been hearing from people denied parole or who had their petitions to advance or administrative reviews denied because of positive tests during that period. Treatment staff say they have pleaded with the board and CDCR to stop misreading treatment test records and stop undermining their treatment program. And that was before the scandal broke about all these false positives. People are understandably concerned that the board has known about this problem since October, but continued to rely on these false positives in your comprehensive risk assessments and in your hearings. You're hearing from many people who hope you'll restore the confidence you've lost. We at Uncommon Law and all those impacted by this want the board to fix this now. I'll follow up with a written set of suggestions for remedies, but they will include immediately notifying the recipients of 6,000 false positive tests, stop relying on test results from this period and remove them from people's files, reconsider their CRAs, PTAs, and administrative reviews, and give them new hearings. And lastly, stop using these treatment records. It's improper. It violates treatment rules and violates due process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Once again, we will now hear comments regarding cases on today's agenda. The first case today is Louis Baker, item number 12. Moderator, please call speakers in support.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of Louis Baker and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button. I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in support of Louis Baker, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who would like to speak in support of Louis Baker? Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers in support of Louis Baker.
Thank you, moderator. We will now take speakers in opposition to Louis Baker.
I do have a speaker card for Julianne Walker, DDA of LA County. Julianne, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Good morning, Commissioners. On behalf of LA County, we oppose any commutation of Mr. Lewis's 2 drug convictions, 2 manufacturing of drug convictions, which in this prosecutor's opinion is way more dangerous than possession of drugs, possession for sales of drugs. There were beakers, dangerous chemicals, and when one thinks of the danger that could have been caused by a fire, and we've seen that over the years, and then think of all the people that were harmed by the manufacture and then later sale of this drug. In fact, there were 2 high people in the home, at least in one of these cases. So we're wondering why a case like this, which requires Supreme Court approval, would even be something the governor would consider. Especially, I'd like to piggyback on Ms. Lasky's very true comments that this application was redacted and had little to no information in it. There was no declaration about what this person had done since the time he'd been out of custody on these 2 matters. He appears to be elder at this time and retired, and that's it. What else do we know about him? And if there is such a declaration that the commissioners have, why don't the district attorney's offices have it? Why aren't we entitled to the same amount of information so we can make a legitimate recommendation that's not just based on the seriousness of the crime, which apparently is static, and so you're not really going to consider that. So it really does concern the DA's offices in LA County, in this case in particular, that that such a crime as manufacturing in this day and age, when there are so many increased drug deaths that's causing such a public outcry, that two cases such as this would be considered. So the LA County District Attorney's Office opposes the pardon of Louis Baker. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Louis Baker and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Louis Baker, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak in opposition to Louis Baker? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak about Louis Baker? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Louis Baker.
Thank you. The next case is Ben Chambers, item 13. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you. We do have a speaker card, Ben Chambers. If you're here, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone. I believe possibly in person.
No, moderator.
Okay. Once again, Ben Chambers, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone. I see that you're speaking, but we actually can't hear you. There's a microphone icon, and next to it is a drop-down menu. You might have to select a different microphone. No, we're not able to hear you. I can see your mouth is moving, though. You could try leaving the meeting and rejoining, or even calling in.
And we'll circle back, moderator, at this time.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of Ben Chambers and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you would like to speak in support, we do have a hand raised. Go ahead, Julian McCoy. Go ahead and unmute yourself, or Julianne. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. You're muted, Julianne.
I'm sorry, I'm early. I did that accidentally.
That's okay. Go ahead. We can hear you.
I'm not for this case.
Oh, okay. If you're on the phone and you would like to speak in support of Ben Chambers, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who is?
Chambers.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you now.
I am Ben Chambers. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am here in regards to my pardon. I will be reading from my notes. I haven't been in trouble since 1990. I have a certificate of release from the parole department. I have a list of accomplishments I have done to better my life. I have been with my wife for 38 years. My wife and I have owned our moving and storage business since 1994. I received custody of my son, Ben Jr. I adopted Justin and Shauna in 1997, and I now have 11 grandkids. Some of them live in 2 of the houses we own. I have been at my church, Bethel Christian Center, since 1991. I am head usher and have become an ordained minister. I would like to be bonded to further my ministry and business. We do mission and charity work for city missions in Riverside, San Bernardino. We took care of Tom and Nancy Chipu until they passed, Tom in 2001 and Nancy in 2025, which is my father-in-law and mother-in-law. We are currently taking care of Frank Chipu as well. I have a certificate of rehabilitation. I started the pardon process April 8th, 2019. I would be extremely grateful and honored to be pardoned today. Thank you very much, Ben Chambers.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Ben Chambers? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Ben Chambers.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Ben Chambers.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to speak in opposition to Ben Chambers and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Ben Chambers, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to Ben Chambers? Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak about Ben Chambers? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Ben Chambers.
The next case is Cleveland Lindley, CDCR number E as in Edward 43370, item number 14. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. There are a number of speaker cards. The first is Fred Griffin. Fred, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone.
Good morning. My name is Frederick Griffin. I am formerly incarcerated. I spent 16.5 years in prison on a 30-year sentence I received when I was a juvenile. I've been home for almost 2 years. I'm currently off parole and I work for a reentry program, and I am offering my assistance for Cleve Lindley. He was a big influence for me. I met him when I was about 22 years old, and he really provided me a safe space to like explore what my manhood was and to like make amends for the life I was living. And so knowing the challenges of coming home, if he's granted this opportunity to go to board and is released, I am offering him a place at our organization. I also facilitate a group called Post-Incarceration Support, which deals with the trauma of reentry and people coming home and providing a safe space for people to talk about the things they're going through. Also, just like helping him navigate the things that he's going to encounter. I consider him to be family, and I've watched him grow and mature. And I'm really just grateful to have this opportunity. I just want to say thank you to the panel.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Donovan Malone. Donovan, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone.
Hi, good morning, everyone. To the members of this panel, Cleveland Lindley has been a huge part of my life and an even bigger part of the man I am today. He's kind, smart, and a natural-born leader. I'm grateful every day to have had him in my life, and I know many people would agree. I've seen and continue to see the way he touches and moves people with his words and actions. That's the kind of man Cleveland Lindley is, someone who moves behind their actions and follows through with what they say they're going to do. He's someone who started a college program and not only thrives, but maintains above average grades. If Cleveland Lindley was released, I know that he would bring that determination and strength to the outside world and have a positive impact on the people he's in contact with. That strength to the outside world that is what our community needs. We need hope, and Cleveland Lindley is the epitome of hope. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Dominic Malone. Dominic Malone. We also have.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Dominic Malone, and I'm grateful for the ability to speak to you today. Cleveland Lindley is truly one of the greatest men that I know. He's compassionate, funny, intelligent, and can light up a room with positivity. But he means that much more to me. He is the father I never realized I needed. And even though he's incarcerated, I strive to follow in his principles and steps. He showed me what a role model is, and I can't wait to see what dreams and goals he will accomplish if given the opportunity to be released. I thank you for your time, and have a good one.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Dakari Malone. Dakari Malone, go ahead. I can see your
Hello.
talk. Yes, go ahead.
Hey, how are you? Thank you for granting me the opportunity to speak.
How do you describe a man who wasn't elected to be a father figure, a role model, and even a beacon of hope? Cleveland Lindley has been that for me. He teaches me how to be a man, how to take care of our loved ones, and how to manifest positive energy into this world. Thanks to Cleveland's leadership and belief in me, I'm a proud self-employed personal trainer. I can now lead by example to any younger men looking to pursue their own passion, and I have Cleveland to thank for that. Cleveland has shown me unconditional love and support consistently. If Cleveland was granted the opportunity of freedom, he too would have the same love, support, and faith that he has shown me and countless others. He'd be safe and have many friends and family members pushing him to maintain his path that he has paved for himself through his schooling and group therapy. A father is who Cleveland Lindley is to me, and to others, he is a man amongst men. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker card I have is for Boanerges Martinez.
Bonaires, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Bonaires Martinez. I am a peer support specialist and youth mentor here at the Prison Way organization, and I am pleased to speak in support of Mr. Cleveland. Here at the Prison Way, we know that there's men here that potentially live fulfilling, meaningful lives after incarceration. I have known Mr. Cleveland for 5 years, and I have seen his growth and also the challenges he has overcome in the process of change. When I first met him, he was always so positive, encouraging, and helping me in my struggles, even in my journey of change. I have been released from prison for 2 years now, and I have been successfully discharged from parole. I also facilitate a CGA, Gang Criminal Anonymous program here at the Prison Way, and I already spoke with Cleveland, and he wants to come here to continue his maintenance and challenging his belief system. Here at the Prison Way, we collaborate with public and private community services, providing and create an individual reentry support plan for program and participants. Our services include clothing, transportation, job, career, and educational placement, post-incarceration syndrome support groups, mentoring, and reentry housing referrals for Mr. Cleveland to have a place to go when he is released. So thank you for allowing me to share, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker card I have is for Joseph Ragland. Joseph, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. Joseph, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. We'll circle back for Joseph. Kenneth Webb. Kenneth Webb, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute or press *6 by telephone. Kenneth, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. I see we have Jack McFadden. Your hand is written. Go ahead. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. Jack McFadden, if I can see you're still muted. Just hit the microphone icon button and it should unmute you. We'll circle back. You may have to leave the meeting and come back or call in. One more time for Joseph Ragland. Joseph Ragland. I see we have Kevin Webb with your hand up. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate being here. My name is Kenneth Webb, and I am a good friend of Cleveland Lindley. I'm also previously incarcerated. I've been home almost a year, coming up on May 1st. And many of the life lessons in which I have learned and that I'm living out today have been learned through my relationship with Cleveland. The art of compassion, of connection with humanity, and drawing connection with people are all things in which he leads with every day. He is a man of integrity, and he leads with a personal ethic that says that he will not hurt anyone and nobody will be hurt around him. And this has drawn community together, and it has taught me so many life lessons. So I'm deeply honored to be able to speak on his behalf. I feel like the reason why I'm here today as a free man has been at the behest and at the teachings of him. So he has my full support upon his release. I teach at a place called Big Dog Academy, in which we facilitate social and emotional learning for at-risk youth, and we also do reentries for adults. So he has our whole staff's full support upon his release. I thank you for allowing me to speak here today.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Joseph Ragland. I did see you come in. Joseph Ragland, go ahead and unmute or press *6 by telephone.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right. I'm here to speak on behalf of Cleveland Lindley. I met him while incarcerated. I've been free now for 4 years, and I did a lot of work with him on the spiritual level. He expressed to me when we first met that he was interested in getting closer to God. He also talked with me about the steps it took to further his education. And so I spent time with him, tutoring him and his courses to try and advance and learn more. And I also spent time with him biblically in the Word as we went through and we studied the Bible. I saw him grow. He's older than I am, and he had been in prison for a while when I met him. But what I noticed from him that was different from a lot of the other guys that I met while in prison was that he didn't feel as if he knew everything. He didn't feel as if no one could teach him anything. And his willingness to be humble, to receive instruction, to receive criticism, and I believe the biggest thing, to receive accountability. There were times where I would check him. I would say, "Big bro, you got to be better. You can't do this." And I never saw a flash of anger when holding
Your 2
him
minutes has
accountable.
elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
I never saw him get out of character when holding him accountable. And so I speak here today on his behalf, believing that he is someone who can benefit society and the people in his life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker card we have is for Jack McFadden. I see you're here with your hand raised. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Good morning. Yes, I'd like to speak on behalf of Cleveland. I've known Cleveland since 2014 when I was incarcerated and I had the sentence of life without parole. I've since been released after a commutation, and I now work with the Prism Way in Los Angeles as a programs manager. And for the last almost 2 years, I've dedicated my life to helping those that are being released from prison as well, because being reentry is also something that's very important. And I feel that we're in a very special position to help those that are coming out. When I knew Cleveland inside, he was always kind and gentle. He was always willing to help. He was always there to help me when it was time to do classes and schoolwork, etc. And I would like the chance to be able to do the same for him when he's released. If he is given that chance, we will be there for him as friends, and also as the Prism Way has dedicated their time to helping those that are released. And we're very well suited to do that. Like all of us here have been formerly incarcerated, and we know and understand and have groups that will help with those situations that arise when you're first released. With our post-incarceration groups, he will be more than welcome, and he has also stated that he would love to go to those if he is given a chance by this board. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of Cleveland Lindley and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button. I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. We have a couple of hand raised. Mr. Touch, K. Touch, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Yeah, I'm here to speak for Mr. Cleveland. I don't know him personally, but being in the work that I do with the California Justice Leaders and interning at the Prison Way, I have heard nothing but good things about him. I was released from prison 6 months ago and is still in the process of reentry. And what I have in support of Mr. Cleveland is resources in college if he would like to pursue that, resources in class. I teach criminal and gangs member anonymous for those transitioning from the prison environment and back into society, something to help us uphold our rehabilitation. And from all of the things that I heard from my coworkers, my boss, my friends, Mr. Cleveland will have everything that I've went through at his disposal once he is released, with housing, with education, with self-help groups, and most importantly, help in navigating everything he's about to experience if he's given a chance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hand up for Brianna Mims. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Brianna.
Hello, my name is Brianna Mims. I'm a friend of Cleveland Lindley, and I've personally witnessed him be a loving father, a devoted husband, and a loyal friend. I've admired the ways that he's built community and mentored the men around him while he's been inside and created a network of care and accountability. And he's really the kind of person who brings people together, who uplifts those around him, and who leads by example. So I'm honored to speak in support of him today, and will definitely be here to support him when he comes home. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're on the phone and you would like to speak in support of Cleveland Lindley, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Hello, would you like to speak?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Paris Karamolis. I've known Mr. Lindley for some years and worked with him with part of the dog program in California Institute for Men. And at that time, he was always a respectful person. He conducted himself in a positive manner. He was very helpful to other people. He mentored people. Even when he needed assistance in certain things, he was always willing to help other people. I have to say, my interactions with him were always positive and ended on a good note. He was a good guy. I want you to know that should he reintegrate into society, where I can.
Moderator, the speaker's audio, there's some interference and we cannot understand what he's saying, so you may want to call back in.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Eris, if you can leave the meeting or come back in or call in, there will be an opportunity later on after all the cases are finished.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Cleveland Lindley? We do have a hand raised for Alan. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Alan.
Good morning, panel. Good morning, Chairperson Sharif. My name is Alan Burnett. I am the Executive Director and co-founder of the Prison Way. I'm actually formerly incarcerated. I was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. I've been home for approximately 5 years now. I have had the pleasure of knowing Mr. Lindley for about 13 years now. We met while we were inside of the California State Prison in Los Angeles County. Just a little bit about his character. I have personally witnessed Mr. Lindley in the visiting room with his family, with his sons. His sons are his pride and joy. They are I think they're the compass that's been guiding Mr. Lindley's rehabilitation. I know Mr. Lindley as a person who has always been shown integrity. He has a kind heart and a gentle.
Mr. Burnett, we cannot hear you, sir.
Let me turn that up. How about now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. What I was saying was I recently had the opportunity to see Mr. Lindley again inside the California Institution for Men, where he's been consistently taking our programming there that we offer from the Prison Way. And I just want to say that Mr. Lindley he's continued to grow and rehabilitate himself, and he's been very vulnerable and vocal about some of the challenges that he faced that led him to prison, which I find exemplary. If given the opportunity, Mr. Lindley has the full support of the Prison Way. I will personally pick Mr. Lindley up and bring him to our post-incarceration support groups. I will be there to help Mr. Lindley every step of the way throughout his entire rehabilitation and reentry process. I just want to say thank you to this panel. I know that you have a weighty job, and also say I didn't know Mr. Lindley at the time of his crime, but I know Mr. Lindley now, and I can say unequivocally that he is a good individual, and I believe that he has redeemable qualities and should be given the opportunity to come out and exercise them and give back to the community. Hopefully you can hear me. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Cleveland Lindley? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Cleveland Lindley.
Moderator, do we know whether or not the speaker who had audio issues is back on?
We will check really quick. Eris Karamalis, if you're with us, if you would like to try again, you still had quite a bit of time left to speak. I don't see them anymore in the meeting, Chairperson. Maybe they'll call again at the end.
Alrighty, thank you, moderator. We will now take speakers in opposition to Cleveland Lindley.
Thank you, Chairperson. We do have a speaker card for Connie Lasky, DDA San Bernardino County. You were with us earlier. Go ahead, Connie.
Good morning, Commissioners. The inmate is not an appropriate candidate for a commutation. The inmate was 25 years old when he committed his life crime, which was a violent takeover robbery of a McDonald's restaurant while the restaurant was open to customers. The inmate threatened 3 of the employees with a firearm and assaulted a 4th employee, pointing the gun directly at her head while demanding the manager open the safe. The safe contained $600, which the inmate put into a pillowcase and then fled the scene. The inmate told numerous lies to law enforcement, denying his involvement in the robbery. The jury did not believe him. The jury also found that the inmate had previously been convicted of 4 robberies, also with a firearm in Los Angeles County, and had been sentenced to 4 years in state prison, and had previously been sentenced to 7 years in state prison from San Bernardino County for robbery and false imprisonment. The inmate had only recently been released on parole for those robberies when he committed the life crime. The inmate admits in his commutation application that he continued his violent lifestyle after he entered prison. The people have no additional information regarding the inmate's institutional behavior because no documentation is provided to us when these matters are placed on calendar. A BPH 1004 summary would at least provide some information for a commutation recommendation. Many speakers today spoke about the inmate's rehabilitation, but we have not been provided with any reliable information for BPH. Regardless of the lack of information provided, the inmate's admission that he continued violating rules in prison is sufficient for this board to recommend that the governor not commute the inmate's sentence. He had 4 victims in this case and 5 prior strikes with at least 6 more victims, and was sentenced to over 100 years in prison. Regardless of that sentence, he is still scheduled for a parole hearing in November of 2030, barely 5 years from now, due to his status as a youthful offender. At that time, his rehabilitation can properly be evaluated by all parties. The inmate's sentence has already been commuted as a matter of law. No further commutation is warranted. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Cleveland Lindley and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and we'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Cleveland Lindley, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in opposition to Cleveland Lindley? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak about Cleveland Lindley? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Cleveland Lindley.
Thank you. The next case is Pascal Casey, BH 6957, item number 15. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to speak in support of Pascal Casey and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and you want to speak in support of Pascal Casey, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who would like to speak in support of Pascal Casey? Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers in support of Pascal Casey.
Thank you, moderator. We will now take speakers in opposition to Pascal Casey.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have a speaker card, Esmeralda Garcia, DDA of Fresno County. Esmeralda, if you're here, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Casey has not been honest about only having molested one child. The memorandum uses the words, quote, "and alleged molestation," end quote. Therefore, we assume the victim was a minor when molested by Mr. Casey. This information is very important here as it would most likely affect the clinician's evaluation of whether Mr. Casey has a paraphilic disorder. Of the insight shown for his causative factors for the life crime, which until now is only involving a single incident, which he said was out of character, and his account of the life crime was almost completely different than that of the victim and her brother, who caught Mr. Casey lying on top of his little sister. He did admit he digitally penetrated the victim when speaking with the commissioner at the hearing, but still engaged in minimization. Page 27 of the transcript, he said, "I don't know why I decided to put my hands into her private. Afterwards, he jumped up and went into the room and really scared himself, etc. In fact, he fled because he was caught by the older brother." Page 33, he states, "Yeah, it was a playful situation, and I took it to the next step, sort of," end quote. This statement is very telling in that he was likely grooming her and then spontaneously took it to the next step. It would likely impact both the static 99R and sexual dynamic risk factors, and ultimately the overall risk rating. On the top of page 22, he stated, "The life crime was a one-time incident. It scared the hell out of me," he said. "It is a one-time thing." When asked, he states it had never happened with another minor. This new confidential information not only affects the causative factors, it affects his credibility, his level of danger to the public, his inability to face his probable pedophilic disorder, and the fact that he'll molest again if gone undiagnosed and untreated. How can anything else he stated be found credible? He's never had sexual thoughts or fantasies about this victim. He's never molested any other children. He's not attracted
Your
to
2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
He's in denial, and for the public safety specifically of children, we request that the grant be reversed. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Pascal Casey and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button. I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you wish to speak in opposition to Pascal Casey, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wishes to speak in opposition of Pascal Casey? Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak about Pascal Casey? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Pascal Casey.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is William Harris, CDCR number P17060, item number 16. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to speak in support of William Harris and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button. I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and you would like to speak in support of William Harris, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who would like to speak in support of William Harris? Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers in support of William Harris.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to William Harris.
Thank you, Chairperson. We do have a speaker, Dean Archibald, DDA of Sacramento County. Go ahead, Dean, if you're with us.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yeah, this is Dean Archibald. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you with regards to Mr. Harris. I would just note that at Mr. Harris's last parole hearing, the one where he was granted parole, on page 11 of the transcript there, Mr. Harris was asked by the Commissioner, why were you denied parole at his previous parole hearing? He said, I was denied parole basically based upon my anger issues and my entitlement issues. Well, those issues, although Mr. Harris went on in that particular hearing to make a number of extravagant promises to the panel, still exist and are actually a continuing problem for Mr. Harris, which he has not been able or been willing to change. When you look at the most recent rules violation report from 4/5/25, in that particular case, he confronts a site tech who is trying to do her job, and Mr. Harris becomes, of course, angry with her. The site tech notes that this was not the first time Mr. Harris has done this. This time was in an aggravated state and tone, to such an extent as now made it an unsafe working environment for her. It's important to note, though, this is a continuation of Mr. Harris's conduct. When you look at the most recent risk assessment from 2023, when you look on page 6 of that, it's discussing Mr. Harris's RVRs. There in 2021, there was an RVR which was disrespect with potential for violence. In that particular situation, what does he do? He confronts, in that situation, a recreation therapist. He felt that she was treating him disrespectfully, so he went on to say to her, is lying something that she did every day? He goes and promises there that I now understand what I should have done. I'm going to try to stop to bring any elevated emotion down.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And so based on all that, this is someone who still has dynamic, continuing, actual problems. This is someone whose grant of parole was an improvident grant based on his extravagant promises and should be reversed. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to William Harris and are on video, please raise your hand with the Microsoft Teams button. I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to William Harris, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to William Harris? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wishes to speak about William Harris? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for William Harris.
Thank you. The next case is Timothy Holmes, T88939, item number 17. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. We do have a few speaker cards. The first is for Cindy Holmes. Cindy, if you're with us, I believe she's in person.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Cindy Holmes, and I'm here to show support for my brother Timothy Holmes. I am willing to support him in any way I can. I'm sorry, I grabbed the wrong glasses. I have a place for him to live for as long as he wants. I'm able to provide him with the transportation he will need. And I'm there for emotional support. I saw a significant change in Tim after he started participating in the programs and classes. I see he started to change his way of thinking. He was he had a positive outlook on life. He is a compassionate, caring man who's generally cares about others. He often, he is full of love and mercy for other people. I am proud of the man he has become. He has worked hard to make those changes. I am committed to help him transition back into society if he's given the chance. He only wants to prove that he can be a positive member of his community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for William Emmons. William, if you're with us, go ahead and approach the podium or unmute or press *6 by telephone. William, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. We will circle back to William. The next is Ron Eddy or Edie. Ron, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone. Ron, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. We'll circle back to Ron. Colette Carroll. Colette Carroll, go ahead, unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. Holmes. My name is Colette Carroll. I am the director of California Reentry Institute, or otherwise known as CRI, which is a pre and post-release program at San Quentin State Prison. And Mr. Holmes has been a part of our program for the past 6 years. I can't say I've seen a change in him, because ever since he joined us, he's had empathy and understanding and freely shares with others. But what I wanted to mainly tell you today is that we will be there to continue to support him upon his reentry. As you are aware, we have a reentry house. He gets to come there for a minimum of 6 months to 12 months. We also work with another program that will give another 6 months of free rent. After that, we will work with him to obtain everything that he possibly needs. As you also know, we have a 0 recidivism rate. Not to take that lightly, we have had people who have issues, and we work with parole to have them come back. We've had people who, due to no fault of their own, like during COVID, ended up unhoused, were working and living in their car. As soon as we found out, we had them come back to Roland's house. We work with our people for as long as they need, and will till the rest of their time. We provide anything and everything that they require. And I just want you to know that we will be there for them and him for as long as it's necessary, and that I believe personally that Mr. Holmes is ready to return to society. I know he's had some cognitive
Your
issues.
2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
But I want to thank you for listening to those that are supporting him today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Nick Oram. Nick, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. My name is Nick Oram. I am an outside facilitator for the Victim Offender Education Group, VOGUE, and it is an in-depth 2-year program operated by the Insight Prison Project that's designed to cultivate participants' insight, accountability, and empathy. Through that program, I've known Timothy for 5.5 years. He participated in VOGUE weekly from September 2019 through November of 2023, which included a pause during COVID, and he graduated that program successfully in 2023. As part of that program, Timothy shared with a group in detail his crime and the impact that it had on his victim's family and the broader community. Over the course of more than a dozen presentations on various topics, Timothy expressed repeatedly high levels of remorse for his crime and its impact, frequently moved to tears when talking about it. Your records may note that Timothy early in his life was a victim of sexual abuse by a relative,
which he indicated contributed to feelings of low self-worth and later in life, emotional dependency on his victim, his wife, Holly. One of the most exceptional contributions Timothy made to the group was his clear, unwavering acceptance of full responsibility for the challenges in his relationship with Holly and for his ultimate crime of taking her life. His contributions were a very positive example to the group's participants, and he consistently presented in our group as a mild-mannered, kind, calm, considerate, and compassionate person. Were he to be paroled, Vogue and its parent organization, IPP, would be prepared to use its network of community-based organizations and resources should he need assistance. And I too would welcome the opportunity to remain in regular contact with Timothy were he to be paroled. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to give one more chance to William Emmons. William Emmons, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute or press *6 by telephone. William, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. I'd like to give another chance to Ron Eady. Ron Eady, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. If you would like to speak in support of Timothy Holmes and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Ananda Hart, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Good morning. My name is Ananda Hart, attorney for Mr. Holmes at his parole hearing on January 9th of this year. Today, I'm asking this panel to modify the previous panel's decision and find Mr. Holmes suitable for parole today. On March 9th, 2002, Mr. Holmes murdered his wife, Holly. No one, least of all Mr. Holmes, can or would deny the gravity of taking the life of Holly Holmes, nor that he failed to exhibit self-control. The Supreme Court has long recognized that these factors are static and they do become less relevant with the passing of time. The prior panel found each of the dynamic domains in the structured decision-making to be mitigating, except for offender change. In his 23 years in custody, Mr. Holmes has been programming diligently, has had excellent institutional behavior, serves as a CRI facilitator and a light keeper, and has developed concrete and detailed parole plans, which include a mental health management plan, relapse prevention plans for domestic violence and anger, and he has accountability partners in the community. Additionally, the forensic psychologist who conducted Mr. Holmes' risk assessment, Dr. Hazel, found him to be a low risk for violence, and both Dr. Hazel and the prior panel found some mitigating elderly parole factors were also present. Quite similar to the facts in In re Lawrence, the record is replete with evidence establishing suitability and devoid of evidence suggesting current danger. To put it simply, there is simply no nexus to current dangerousness, and the prior panel erred in their decision. The record makes it clear that Mr. Holmes possesses a deep understanding of his causative factors. If this panel has any question as to whether Mr. Holmes demonstrated that offender change that it should have been found mitigating, I would point the panel to the references I made to the hearing transcript and the 10-day file, which are included in my written submission to this panel. Mr. Holmes should have been found suitable on January 9th of this year, but he was not due to both errors of law.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
I am asking this panel to modify the prior panel's decision and find him suitable for parole today. Thank you.
Thank you. If you were on the phone and you would like to speak in support of Timothy Holmes, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Timothy Holmes? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Timothy Holmes.
Thank you, moderator. We will now take speakers in opposition to Mr. Timothy Holmes.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to speak in opposition to Timothy Holmes and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you want, we do have a hand raised. Esmeralda Garcia, go ahead. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Thank you. We were present at the hearing regarding Mr. Holmes, and I know this is on for attorney client privilege issues. So we don't know the specific reasons or any potential reason that the case is here before this panel. But we respectfully submit that we believe that the commissioners made the right decision at the hearing, and they properly stated their reasons for that in their closing, and we are still opposed to his being released at this time. We believe he still needs some work to do and that he's maybe close but not quite ready. The life crime was extremely heinous. He shot her execution style, and then he just let her bleed out on his floor while he had time to call his cousin to come over. It was really bad, and we're convinced that he's not ready, as the panel was, and we'll submit on that. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're on the phone and you wish to speak in opposition to Timothy Holmes, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in opposition to Timothy Holmes? Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak about Timothy Holmes? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Timothy Holmes.
Okay, thank you, moderator. The time now is 11:50 a.m. We'll take a brief recess and return back everyone at noon.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm supposed to speak. Hello?
We're in a break, sir. We will resume shortly.
Okay. Thank you. I couldn't get through on start. It wouldn't take my *6 earlier. I tried several times.
I think you're muted, Lorian.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Okay, moderator, we're going to get started again. The time now is 12:01 p.m. Okay, the next case is Karash Kashmiri, CDCR number BC3028, item number 18. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to speak in support of Karash Kashmiri and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in support of Karash Kashmiri, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who would like to speak in support of Karash Kashmiri?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Dalaram Kashmiri. I'm his sister, and I've seen how much he has changed over the years. He takes responsibility for his past and talks about the things he has learned and wants to do differently. Karash has a strong support system, including myself, our mother, and several sponsors who are fully committed to helping him succeed and stay on the right path. We will be there for him in every step of the way. I respectfully ask the board to please grant my brother Parole. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Karash Kashmiri? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Karash Kashmiri.
Thank you, moderator. We will now take speakers in opposition to Karash Kashmiri.
Thank you. We do have a Tasha Sarush, DDA of Orange County. I see you're with us. Go ahead and...
Thank you. Inmate Kashmiri was investigated and found to have lied at his January board hearing. The inmate displayed clear criminal thinking and manipulation, and not only lied regarding restitution diversion, but numerous aspects related to his alcohol use, having a mental illness, and understanding his causative factors. While the board only investigated the restitution diversion, his other lies should carry more weight as they go to his lack of insight, lack of credibility, and willing to manipulate not only the forensic psychologist into a lower moderate risk rating, but the board in order to gain his freedom. The inmate who murdered someone while driving under the influence couldn't get his story straight about whether or not he drank every day, nor could he recognize he has the ability to relapse. He lied about having a sponsor on the outside, and he refused ISUDT 3 times, knowing that this is the only time CDCR would test for substances. Substance abuse is the single largest recidivism risk for inmates. If they are lying about their unverified sobriety, they are an extreme risk to the public, as they are not only lying but simultaneously violating the law and CDCR rules. This inmate murdered someone due to his substance abuse. His risk is tied directly to whether or not he really is sober. Additionally, despite claiming a mental illness was the main causative factor for his substance abuse and the murder, he completely denied it to the forensic psychologist. October's BANC training demonstrated having a plan to control a mental illness is essential for any parole success. Inmates are being allowed to control the narratives during their CRA interviews and during the board hearings. And because they take classes to learn exactly what to say and write, they often parrot out what the board wants to hear. The people ask that not only his parole grant be rescinded, but that his CRA be redone where he is confronted with his numerous lies. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Karush Keshmiri and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you wish to speak in opposition to Karush Keshmiri, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak in opposition to Karush Keshmiri? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak about Karush Keshmiri? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Karush Keshmiri.
Thank you. The next case is Semi Lavia, CDCR number P78034, item number 19. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to speak in support of Simi Lavea and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you wish to speak in support of Simi Lavea, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who would like to speak in support of Simi Lavea? Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers in support of Simi Lavea.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Simi Lavea.
Thank you. We have a speaker card, Todd Graham, DDA of Riverside County. Todd, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute or press *6 by telephone.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Can the as an initial issue, can the panel clarify the potential, quote, error of law that the panel is concerned about from the last hearing where parole was denied? We're operating in the dark. The
Hi,
inmates
Mr.
only
Graham.
I'm sorry.
This is just your opportunity to make public comments. We don't provide that information at this meeting.
Okay, thank you. The people asked that the panel uphold the denial. This murder was premeditated. As the 2013 hearing panel stated, the panel believes that some elements of premeditation existed. This is a crucial fact in this case as it relates directly to the current dangerousness of the inmate. As we stated in our letter to the panel, quote, this inmate was rejected by the victim long before he murdered her. He made threats to her to kill her known, promised to carry these threats out, and then eventually followed through on these threats when he found the victim with another man. He then took her to a nearby location and brutally beat her to death in the most vicious, heinous manner. The current clinician asked the inmate, do you consider your crime to be planned or impulsive? He answered, I don't know. The people find this statement not credible. He knows one fact and doesn't want to state this fact, namely that this murder was premeditated. It was planned. He told the victim 2 weeks before the murder, if you're not going to be with me, you're not going to be with anybody. His lie about the planning of the murder fits with the inmate's long history of not being credible in his statements to law enforcement, clinicians, and to different panels about his behavior during the life crime. He lied to police about what he did. The 2013 panel found he lacked credibility. The 2015 panel found he lacked credibility. The 2017 panel found he lacked credibility. The 2022 panel found he lacked credibility. At a very basic level and found by numerous previous panels, the inmate cannot be trusted to tell the truth. Therefore, if the inmate cannot be trusted to tell the truth, how can we believe him about anything, especially how he has changed and how we can
Your
trust
2 minutes has elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
The people asked that the panel uphold the denial in the last hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Simi Lavea and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button. I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you wish to speak in opposition to Simi Lavea, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wishes to speak in opposition to Simi Lavea? Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak about Simi Lavea? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Simi Lavea.
Thank you. The next case is for Laura Wink or Winke, last name WENKE, CDCR number WF0493, Item number 20, moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Yes, we do have Vanessa Nelson Sloan in person is our first speaker.
Thank you. As you know, Commissioners, I don't normally speak in favor or in opposition to any particular inmate, and I'm not going to opine on Ms. Winke's suitability for parole. But I have read her transcript, and I have to say that this particular hearing was not up to the board's usual high standards for hearing procedure. So I think the board would be doing itself a good turn, as well as Ms. Winke, to redo this hearing and give her an adequate chance to both convey her current position and take a good look at the facts of the case. Thank you.
Thank you. I also have Emma Tolman in person.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Emma Tolman. I'm an attorney at Uncommon Law, standing in for Lily Paratori, attorney for Ms. Winke. We're here today because the Chief Counsel identified a legal issue in Ms. Winke's January 3rd parole denial. This decision was rife with legal errors. I urge you today to vacate Ms. Winke's denial of parole and order a new hearing. I also submitted a letter that clearly outlines the panel's violation of laws for your review. In short, the Commissioner treated Ms. Winke's parole hearing as an exam with a single set of correct preordained answers. In doing so, the panel failed to actually assess her current risk of public safety and denied her parole. But Ms. Winke's inability to perform in some specific way does not make her dangerous, as it is clear from her positive programming, 0 write-ups, support from staff and volunteers, robust reentry plans, and her advanced age of 64. Case law is abundantly clear. In re Shaputis tells us that insight varies from person to person, and the board cannot deny parole because someone fails to demonstrate insight using a special formula. In re Reiner also prohibits panels from refusing to accept insight where there are no material discrepancies between the candidate's testimony and the official record. The panel violated case law by requiring that Ms. Winke articulate her top causative factors of the commitment offense in the exact manner and order in which the commissioners preferred. Just because she failed to say violent and greedy at the exact time in the exact order that the commissioner envisioned, the panel ignored and discounted the incredible amount of insight and accountability she did articulate throughout the hearing. Such conduct from the panel constitutes a legal error. Ms. Winke should have an additional opportunity, free from the illegal requirement of formulaic insight, to take accountability for the person she was, articulate how she got to be that way, and show her transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Sydney Moon. Sydney, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute or press *6. Oh, you are in person. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sydney Moon, legal advocate from Uncommon Law for Ms. Laura Winke. I ask that the board vacate Ms. Winke's parole denial. At her January 2025 hearing, Ms. Winke demonstrated that she has profound insight into her causative factors, the harm she caused to her victims, and how she has transformed into the peaceful, self-aware, and rule-abiding 64-year-old woman she is today. Regrettably, the panel made a legal error in failing to recognize this insight. At her hearing, Ms. Winke spoke with clear, honest, and detailed awareness about the anger and rage she felt toward her victims, how she specifically weaponized power and control through the cycle of abuse, how she used criminal thinking patterns like denial, victim stance, and manipulation to feed violent fantasies and justify her actions, and ultimately, how she planned and carried out the life crime. Ms. Winke has cultivated this insight through a steadfast commitment to change. She has lived this insight through her positive institutional behavior, which has been nothing short of exemplary. Throughout her entire incarceration, she has never been disciplined in any way. She has programmed extensively in relevant areas such as anger management, emotional regulation, criminal thinking, denial, and victim impact. Most importantly, she has internalized that programming, applying it to deepen her accountability, build healthy relationships, and refine the positive coping skills that keep her safe. Had the panel listened to Ms. Winke, it would have heard her deep remorse for the devastating impact of her actions, how she has owned and reckoned with her past violence, how she now addresses painful emotions with care, practicing tools like positive self-talk, boundaries, grounding, and reaching out for support, and how she lives her amends through service. She deserves a fair opportunity to share that insight. I ask that you order a new hearing so she may do so. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Julianne McCoy. Julianne, I think you're with us on video. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, commissioners of the board. My name is Julianne McCoy, and I am Laura Wenke's sister. I ask you to please reconsider Laura's parole board denial and allow her an opportunity to have a new hearing. Over the years, I've watched Laura grow as a person while incarcerated. I've watched this change in amazement. In the past, Laura was a closed person. She was a good listener, but did not share. Today, she helps me and others through difficult times by sharing from her own personal experience and by being an example. Previously, she was proud and made excuses. Today, Laura is an empathetic, caring person who works providing service within the prison to the elderly, tutors and encourages her fellow inmates, and maintains a broad connection with her family members. Laura's family recognizes that she committed a terrible crime. She is deeply sorry for and regrets this. She has shared with me how she has apologized for the harm she caused. I am prepared to support Laura materially, emotionally, and spiritually. Laura will always be welcome in my home. After successfully transitioning off of parole, if she wishes, Laura may live with me. Laura also has strong support from her parents, our brother and sister-in-law, my mother's brother, and aunts and cousins on both sides of the family. We are a stable, supportive, nuclear and extended family that is committed to seeing Laura released and succeed in the community. Laura is ready to come home. I ask that you give her an opportunity to show it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker I have is Dave Hockman. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
All right, thank you. Hello, members of the board. My name is David Hockman. I am Laura's brother, and I'm here to ask you to give her another chance to present herself to the board. I have seen an incredible transformation in Laura. With study, age, and time comes wisdom. Laura exemplifies these traits. I have watched over time as she has become more aware, mentally and emotionally, of her responsibility for her crime. She sat and reflected on her actions. Over the last few years, Laura has taken the board's recommendations very seriously and followed the advice the best she could. She continued to participate in rehabilitation programs on her own and with others as she took advantage of the resources she could find. She worked to establish healthy relationships with those she felt safe, including other inmates, teachers, outside connections where possible, and she helped others where she could. From my perspective, I have witnessed her sincere remorse. Both she and my family recognize that she committed a very terrible crime. I know that she is living amends each day in respect to her victim. Laura is ready to come home and deserves an opportunity to show it. If freed, she would be a useful member of society again. She has the support of many, including myself, my wife, her sister, who just spoke, her parents, who are still of relatively sound mind and body, and many other friends and family members. She is welcome. Thank you much.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Angela Larson. Angela Larson.
Hello, commissioners of the board. My name is Angela Larson, and I am Laura Wenke's supporter. I ask you to please reconsider Laura's parole board denial and allow her an opportunity to have a new hearing. I am a Christian Science practitioner who has been working with Laura since May 2022. She engaged in my services to pray with her and for her and provide spiritual counseling and support for her rehabilitation. Laura has expressed to me a willingness to do the introspective work so necessary in life, especially for those incarcerated. I have witnessed a growing sense of calmness, self-awareness, and patience in her through our conversations about different events at Chowchilla and in her day-to-day approach. When Laura gets out, I look forward to being available day or night by phone, text, email, and hopefully in person as my travels allow. She will have reliable and consistent support through the Embraced Fully program and from the Christian Science community. Laura is ready to come home. I ask that you give her an opportunity to show it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card I have is for Cindy Martin. Cindy Martin.
My name is Pau Cortez, and I'll be reading a statement on behalf of Cindy Martin.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm the volunteer Christian Science chaplain providing services to Ms. Winky since 2015. She has given consistent evidence of a commitment to self-improvement, self-examination, and spiritual growth during my acquaintance with her. She has participated in services consistently and completed Bible courses on many topics. She regularly provides insightful contributions on how to practice these Christian virtues in her life and relationships at CCWF. During the hundreds of hours observing Ms. Winky's behavior over the last 10 years, I've always seen respectful, non-aggressive, non-manipulative behavior towards staff, myself, and other peers. I have seen her exercise patience and compassion toward repetitively irritating and disruptive behavior by other peers, and I've never seen her react with anything but calm reason and thoughtful communication in the face of these incidents. I've observed progress from blaming others or circumstances concerning her crime to a clear, humble, and consistent admission of her responsibility for choices that she made. She's expressed awareness of emotional and mental tendencies which contributed to her desperation and criminal actions, such as past habits of isolating herself and not seeking help when stressed. I've observed her growth in self-knowledge and skills in communication through her proactively addressing and seeking help with relationship or other types of challenges. All of these evidences of a commitment to rehabilitation and gaining the skills for positive contribution to society point to her readiness for successful release and reintegration into society as a positive and contributing citizen. If paroled, Ms. Wenke has strong support from her church community. Laura is ready to come home. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card we have is for Mike Guidry. Go ahead. I can see that you're with us. You can unmute.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you, commissioners of the board. My name is Michael Guidry. I'm here giving a statement of support in support of Laura Winke. I had the privilege of being her supervisor for 2 years while I was employed at the Central California Women's Facility as an educator in the classroom. During that time, Laura was employed as my clerk, and I got to witness firsthand her exceptional work ethic and her commitment to personal growth. I witnessed Laura demonstrate a strong sense of responsibility and take initiative in her role as a clerk. I never once had to correct Laura or ask her to get on task. It was usually Laura that would approach me to discuss a new system that she had developed for the classroom to help the students in their own educational journey. Laura developed notebooks to track student homework. She created spreadsheets to monitor their improvements over time. She generated graphs that allowed students to visualize their own progress. When I took over the classroom, the goal was to have 1 GED per year accomplished at that time. During the time that Laura was with me, we were nearing 20 times that amount. My classroom was never more successful than when she was a part of it. Beyond her assistance to others, Laura was dedicated to improving herself. We would discuss new books she was reading, whether it be from something from Brene Brown or an advanced algebra textbook. These were not required readings. These were just on her own initiative. Students became hostile, as sometimes happens in an institutional environment. Laura was quick to de-escalate the situation, and from day one, she maintained clear boundaries, refusing to participate in contraband activities with anyone that approached her. I've never seen anything in her behavior that would suggest that she's a threat to those around her. I created the nonprofit organization Solomon Wise with people like Laura in mind, people who are ready to contribute to society but need support beyond the gates of the institution. I I believe in Laura's ability and readiness to contribute to society. I have a list of employers and mental health practices that would be willing to support her beyond.
Your 2 minutes has elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
I wholeheartedly support Laura's reentry into society, and I'm personally committed to seeing her succeed post-incarceration. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Last speaker card I have is for Susan Bustamante. Susan, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Bustamante. I am the reentry coach for the Home Free program that is based in Treasure Island. It's a transition for women. And Ms. Winky has been a part of our program for at least a couple of years now. And both myself and the director, Tammy Cooper-Garvin, are both former LWOPs, Life Without. And so we understand the incarceration and what they go through and the transition needed. She has a guaranteed bed at Home Free waiting for her to come. We're in support, asking for her to have a new hearing because she has been calling both of us for the last couple of years and talking about her letters of relapse prevention, talking about things that she has learned in her classes, going over things that, let's say it's something she's learned and she figures out how to process it to her past, because nobody, especially after serving that many years, are the same person that they were when they came in. Ms. Winky has demonstrated just so much growth in just the way she talks and her giving back to her own society, and being mentor to the youngsters. After all, she is 64, so she has a lot of mentoring that she can give to somebody, and she helps those masses there at the prison with her. And she will be an asset to Home Free, and Home Free helps finding a job. Home Free facilitates groups there, and they will give her a stable environment until she's no longer in her transition and that possibly can go to her family. She has strong support with her family and outside friends. So again, I am encouraging her that she has a new hearing because she definitely deserves to come out. And being disciplinary
Your 2 minutes
after
have
that many
elapsed.
years
Please conclude your statement.
is a huge statement to her character. Thank you very much. And yeah, I'm in support. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of Laura Wenke and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and you want to speak in support of Laura Wenke, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Laura Wenke? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Laura Wenke.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Laura Wenke.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to speak in opposition to Laura Wenke and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. We do have a hand raised for Randy Wenke. Go ahead. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Thank you, team and commissioners. I think you're doing a fabulous job. I appreciate that. Sitting here listening to this again is tremendously difficult. I hear a lot of supportive comments, and the unusual thing that strikes me is that none of these people have been to a parole hearing. I've been to each one. I'm committed. It would be nice to hear Laura respond with questions that comforted me and also, I believe, the panel. She continues to respond with unusual answers that are not comfortable or answers that are rehearsed. And when she can't answer with a rehearsed answer, she fumbles, and that is uncomfortable when from the perspective of a citizen of society. So I could go on and on. I'm not going to do that. I think that the panel was, at our previous parole, was concise, extremely professional, and accurate. And I ask that the panel uphold their decision to deny parole at this time. I would hope that someday she can reach that level to have the people that are asking the questions or the people that are listening to her answers to be comforted and say, all right, this is a citizen of society that's ready, and not just someone that's saying things to reach a level of being released. Thanks again for everything you've done. I much appreciate it.
Thank you. If you are on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Laura Wenke, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Laura Wenke? Is there anyone who has not spoken who wishes to speak about Laura Wenke? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Laura Wenke.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is Daniel Heath, G41694, item number 21. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you. We have a few speaker cards. The first is for Esther Heath. Esther, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute or press *6 by telephone. Esther,
I'm
go
here.
ahead. Okay.
All right. Hello, my name is Esther Heath. I'm Daniel Heath's youngest sister. I've been in communication with Dan throughout his incarceration, both via phone and in person. We've had the opportunity to have many conversations regarding the turn his life took 20 years ago, following his trial and conviction. Being raised in the same household has allowed me firsthand knowledge of the physical and verbal abuse that went on during our childhood. Dan has come to realize through many hours of rehabilitative programming, introspection, and prayer how this abuse facilitated the development of criminal thinking and behavior. It has been a humbling experience for him to come to the point of accepting full responsibility for his crimes and moral offenses, which have adversely affected not only clients, but personal friends and family as well. We support each other through our conversations. We are honest, bold, and frank. We are both seeking to heal from the effects of abuse and move forward in our lives with new and clear interpersonal boundaries. I'm not just Dan's sister, along with my husband, Walter Morgan. We are also victims of his crime, criminal behavior, and bad moral choices. We lost over $250,000. It was not just a monetary loss, but also a significant stress on family relations between my husband, myself, and our daughter. It created scars that we are working on healing to this day. Dan has shown great remorse. We have forgiven him and are moving forward. We have and will continue to support Dan emotionally and spiritually through prayer and conversation, and financially and physically through monetary and housing support. We have a home in Riverside, California that is currently unoccupied. We have offered this home to Dan for housing. Please consider this request to support the parole decision that has
Your
been
2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your sentence.
and Dan's release. Thank you for listening and for the opportunity to speak and share my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card is for Walter Morgan. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Walter Morgan. I am the brother-in-law of Daniel Heath. I have known Daniel for approximately 27 years. For the last 4 years, Daniel and I have been in regular phone contact 2 to 3 times per week, 30 to 60 minutes per call, and I have been able to visit him at CIM Chino over the last 3 years. I visited him a total of 35 hours during this time. I've had multiple in-depth conversations with him regarding his rehabilitative programming, his full acceptance of his guilt and responsibility for his actions, and his plans should he be granted parole. Daniel understands how the physical and psychological abuse he experienced growing up led to his criminal thinking and behavior. My wife and I are keenly aware of his charges and crimes, as we are victims of his criminal behavior, as you just heard from my wife. He accepts full responsibility for his actions, and as importantly, through his programming efforts over the past 20 years, he understands how to avoid future criminal thought and behavior. He has a very strong Christian faith, which has grown over the last 20 years, and this is reflected in his thoughts and behaviors. He has a good support network outside of prison. His daughter and son-in-law live in Chino Hills, California. His other sister and her husband live in the San Diego area. Esther, his younger sister, and I will provide social, spiritual support as we have during his incarceration. In addition, we have an unoccupied home in Riverside, California. Daniel is welcome to reside there. Thank you for your consideration and the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Elizabeth Dawson. Elizabeth, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute or press *6 by telephone.
Thank you. I'm Dan's sister, the one who is in San Diego. I'm also an investor who lost $50,000. After Dan's incarceration, we had difficult conversations about his thinking at the time of his crime, the type of people he chose to work with, and how he hurt his clients, including family he loves. I tend to be the critical one in the family, the one who is not afraid to be honest with them. Dan knows that, so there were tears and regrets and eventually acknowledgement of his actions. Rather than blaming others, he took responsibility. He began the tough work of self-reflection and participated in many classes over 20 years with a clean record of no write-ups. He saw his opportunistic, driven, and competitive behavior and now understands why he was that way and takes responsibility for it. As a CDCR teacher, I have a unique perspective because I see inmates daily and I observe how they think and behave. Some marinate in blaming others, never gaining self-awareness. Then occasionally there is that student who's doing the hard work of gaining insight and the difficult work of becoming a person who will succeed once he is released. That is the person I see when I look at Dan today. He's changed his thinking and his behavior to become a man who will succeed when he is released. Recognizing he hurt others has just about broken him. As painful as it's been, it's led to positive changes, and I'm incredibly proud of him. My husband, Jerome, and I will gladly continue to support Dan.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
We will support him in any way necessary. We have offered him to come live with us, and we believe he is ready for release and will be a positive, contributing member of society. Thank you, Board. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. The next speaker card is for Alonzo Williams. Alonzo Williams, go ahead and unmute.
Good morning to the panel of
Yes.
commissioners. My name is Alonzo Williams. I'm formerly incarcerated. I was released in 2020 by the Secretary of the Department of Corrections, Ralph Diaz, and he stated that it was no longer in the interest of justice that I remain incarcerated. I was sentenced to 8 consecutive 25 to life sentences. I said if there's anyone that this applies to, it's Daniel Heath, it being no longer in the interest of justice that he remain incarcerated. Daniel and I met on level 4 yards of the institution. This is a man that I, in small circles seeking insight, have played with on the yard, have grown with in circles, and have cried together. We've prayed together. This is a man that, along with me, have grown to get insight into what caused his crimes, and has diligently made efforts to change. And I've watched the transformation while being incarcerated with Daniel for over 10 years. Now Having been home for 5 myself, we've remained in communication via phone calls, continuing to examine thoughts, growth, rejoicing in insights and revelations that we have acquired and that he's acquired. We have a community of not just existing formerly incarcerated members of society, but members that are thriving and making a difference. I'm also currently working on a master's at Fuller Theology Seminary. Daniel is a teacher of teachers. If allowed to be paroled and return to society, Daniel is a man that will be, again, a difference maker, an impact on people's lives in the community, I'm sure in his church and family as well. I just would like to—
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
If in fact Daniel Heath is given the opportunity to parole, I'm sure he'll be an asset and contributing member to society. Thank you, board, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. The last speaker card I have is for Joseph Magazzini. I can see you're with us, Joseph. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I had the privilege of representing Mr. Heath at his parole suitability hearing. It seems obvious that the elephant in the room here, and what I imagine is the primary concern for the board, is Mr. Heath's past participation in helping others evade restitution. And I would just first refer the board to my written remarks regarding why this is not indicative of current dangerousness, but I want to emphasize a few points. One of which is this is not completely new information. The fact that he'd engaged in this behavior was discussed at his last hearing in detail. Now, it seems apparent that in the confidential report that the board has access to, that there were some discrepancies between statements made at the hearing and statements and what the record indicated. What I would ask the panel to, or the board to look at is, are those differences sufficient enough to indicate intentional dishonesty or manipulation? Because Mr. Heath presented himself as someone who at that time still had criminal thinking. He had not taken CGA at that time. He had not embraced full responsibility for his crimes. He still tended to view himself as differently from other incarcerated persons, people who are in for actual physically violent crimes and things of that nature. And how he presented himself at his hearing was that in 2020, I took CGA. I realized that CGA applied to me perfectly, and that has informed my rehabilitation ever since then. So what I would really ask the panel to consider is there anything in this confidential report that contradicts that contradicts the idea that he really fully embraced his rehabilitation in 2020, and since then he's been on a path of consistent rehabilitation, and during that time, to alleviate the governor's concerns, has developed the necessary tools to mitigate his risk moving forward. I asked the panel not to just rely on small inconsistencies in terms of his report and the actual
Your 2
record.
minutes has elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
In finding that he poses a current risk of danger, I asked the panel to uphold his grant of parole. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of Daniel Heath and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Richard Marilis or Marlis, go ahead. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Richard Morellis. I'm one of the co-founders and directors at Crop Organization. We are funded by the California Workforce Development Board and supported by the governor. I'm also a formerly incarcerated lifer who knew Dan in there for 9 years and has remained his friend for the 6 years, plus 6 years that I've been home. I knew Dan the days when his lawyer mentioned when he found it hard to reconcile that he was had criminal thinking like some of us, and I saw his transformation. Dan is one of the most transformed people that I've ever met. I haven't come to one of these en banc hearings before, and being somebody that spent over 20 years in there, I could kind of know who's being honest and who's authentic and who's ready and who's not. As I run a career development reentry program out here, and we want the most ready, I can say that we would offer Dan a full year of housing, reentry, coaching, leadership development, digital literacy, because of his character, because of the quality of individual that he is. I largely remain in touch with him, because over time in there, because of his transformation, he became like a mentor, a big brother. I've never heard him once play the victim. I knew that he, even when he received I think Prop 57 paperboard hearing denials, I never heard him complain about it, but he sought to do everything that he could to address the criminogenic factors and anything else that to show his remorse, accountability. That's the man that I knew, deeply remorseful and accountable, and somebody that I would love to give opportunity out here to. I know his family has a lot of opportunity as well, but just a remarkably transformed human being in there that and that I would like to see his suitability from a thoughtful commissioner upheld.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you are on the phone and you want to speak in support of Daniel Heath, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Daniel Heath?
Yeah, hello. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. My name is Al Garcia, actually Pastor Al Garcia, and I'm also a life coach. I was a life coach for Daniel Heath. I used to work for ARC, Anti-Recidivism Coalition, and I facilitated 6 classes that he participated in with me. One of them was BPH and one of them was CGA. When he would see me walk across the yard when he couldn't get into the class, he harassed me to get into the class because he wanted to know, he wanted to know what happened. He wanted to know insight. And so I was able to get him into the class, and I helped him with this. Yes, he is a unique individual, but this guy has so much remorse. One of the things that I was able to help him with was insight. One of the 3 components, there's 3 components, for BPH and CGA, is insight, responsibility, and remorse. I do not come to these BANCs if I don't believe that the person is ready. I'm here, to speak on his behalf because Daniel Heath has insight, responsibility, and remorse. He has those components. I pastor a ministry. I'm formerly incarcerated. I've been out 4.5 years, and I pastor a ministry, founded and pastor a ministry called Redeem 2020 Ministries, and our ministry is focused on reentry, helping people transition back into society successfully. So I'm asking the board, I'm asking the commissioners, upon his release, if you guys find him suitable to come home, like I am going to assist him with that as a life coach and also as a pastor. I fully believe that this man is transformed. So I fully support.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
I just want to thank you all for just letting me be able to speak today. Thank you on Daniel's behalf.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wishes to speak in support of Daniel Heath? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Daniel Heath.
Thank you, moderator. We will now take speakers in opposition to Daniel Heath.
Thank you. The first speaker we have is Susan Mathis. Susan, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute or press *6 by telephone. Susan, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. We'll circle back to Susan. The second is Linda Dunn, DDA of Riverside County. Linda, if you're with us, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Daniel Heath is the Bernie Madoff of Riverside County. He stole for more than 1,500 victims, mostly elderly people. It was a Ponzi scheme to the tune of $186 million worth of losses. The governor was concerned about whether he has sufficient insight and has mitigated his risks. Absolutely not. At the hearing, he couldn't remember the names of most of his victims. He remembered 1 or 2. He didn't realize that many of those people that he ripped off, they lost their homes. It's nice that he has a home to go to, but what about them? He never made any step to pay restitution to them either. There was a civil suit filed in federal court. They got pennies on the dollar. He committed restitution fraud, and I disagree strongly with his attorney that it's, old business. It's not. It demonstrates criminal thinking. He also lied at the hearing when he told the commissioner his last criminal thinking was in 2013, when in fact, the confidential report that you have shows that his restitution fraud was committed in 2018. And it's pretty frightening for a man who has stolen so many millions of dollars from hundreds of elderly victims to have committed restitution fraud in prison. There's another reason besides the restitution fraud and also his appalling lack of insight. He didn't have any parole plans for his home country. And everyone thinks, oh, that's no big deal. Well, actually, it is a big deal because he's a deportable alien, not a naturalized citizen. He never got his citizenry. He's a green card holder with 400 counts of moral turpitude. He has an ICE hold. He doesn't have any parole plans for his native country.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
But that's likely where he'll go if his grant is not rescinded, which is what we are asking this panel to do today for the sake of all the victims and everyone in this county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. James Schultz. James Schultz is the next speaker. If you're with us, go ahead and unmute or press *6 by telephone. James, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so basically, I want to point out that the crime that Daniel Heath committed was, in basic terms, being a pathological liar. And based on what I saw in the hearing in January, he is still a pathological liar. He was asked when his last criminal behavior thought occurred, and he could only remember in 2014. Immediately after that, he was presented with evidence of him committing a crime in prison in 2018. And by the end of the meeting, it was like, he fully admitted to that. No, he didn't admit to it. He had to be forced to admit to it. He's still a pathological liar. If you allow him out of here, I want you to consider, if you have elderly parents, what you would do if he contacts them with this scheme such that he perpetrated on my mother and took away all of her comfort in her later years of life. I just respectfully would say that I do not believe he is rehabilitated. He is saying the right things because he's a very charmful person, and that's how he committed this crime on all these other people. But he's trying to pull the wool over your eyes right now, and I just don't see him changing at all. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and that's the conclusion of my comments.
Thank you. I'd like to give one more chance to Susan Mathis. Susan Mathis, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute or press *6 by telephone. Susan, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Daniel Heath and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Daniel Heath, please unmute yourself and press by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not yet spoken who wishes to speak in opposition to Daniel Heath? Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak about Daniel Heath? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Daniel Heath.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is Alfredo Acosta, CDCR number B07643, item number 22. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have some speaker cards. The first is Emma Tolman. Emma Tolman, I believe you're in person.
Hi, everyone. Emma Tolman from Uncommon Law. Once again, the governor has intervened in the board's decision to grant Mr. Acosta parole. This time, instead of reversing the grant, the governor asked the board to consider whether Mr. Acosta's advanced age and diminished physical capacity impacts his future risk of violence. The governor's own referral makes it abundantly clear. Mr. Acosta is not an unreasonable risk to public safety. It commends Mr. Acosta's efforts to improve himself through education, vocation, self-help programming, and his excellent disciplinary record. Mr. Acosta has addressed each of the prior panel and governor's concerns, as evidenced by his profound remorse, accountability, and insight. Governor Newsom's inquiry to examine if Mr. Acosta's age of 85 years old and his diminished physical capacity impacts his risk rating is unnecessary and duplicative. As you are all well aware, the board already examined these elderly parole factors in Mr. Acosta's comprehensive risk assessment and during his hearing in finding him suitable. This instant en banc referral makes plain that the governor's concerns are simply a reaction to the nature of the life crime and not a reflection of Mr. Acosta's current risk. There is no doubt that Mr. Acosta is imprisoned for severe acts of violence causing immense harm. However, under In re Lawrence, Mr. Acosta cannot be denied parole simply due to the severity of the commitment offense, which occurred nearly 60 years ago. The governor must point to something in the record today that demonstrates Mr. Acosta represents an unreasonable risk to public safety. Given the complete absence of any evidence indicating risk, I urge the board to affirm its well-reasoned parole grant and allow Mr. Acosta to live his remaining years in the community in the care of his family. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have in person is for Sydney Moon.
No one's in person.
Okay, thank you. Sydney Moon, if you're with us if you go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone.
You want to speak?
No, I won't be. Okay.
Thank you, moderator.
Thank you. Delia Espinoza, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone.
Yes, here's Delia.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Delia Espinosa, Delia Cortez Espinosa, and I'm speaking in behalf of my grandmother, Maria Sanchez, and my aunt, Juanita Sanchez, and my uncle, Isadoro Cortez. I'm very, very, very sad of this, that they want to let him out after he has killed practically my family, those 4 people, and also the lady that he was going out with, Victoria. I knew her. I used to babysit for her, and she was pregnant, but nobody knew anything about it when Mr. Acosta killed her. So that night, he killed 5 people.
I am sorry, ma'am. Is this for support or opposition?
Opposition.
Okay, we're currently doing support. You'll have another opportunity once we've gone through everyone in support.
Okay, sorry. No.
No, it's okay. Thank you. The next person, and my apologies for calling them. It shows as support on my side. The next person is Ben Chambers. Ben Chambers, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone. Ben Chambers, if you're with us, we cannot hear you. Okay, we will circle back to Ben Chambers. If you would like to speak in support of Alfredo Acosta and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and we'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you would like to speak in support of Alfredo Acosta, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Alfredo Acosta? And one more time for Ben Chambers. Ben Chambers, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute or press *6 by telephone. Ben Chambers, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. All right, Chairperson, I believe there are no more speakers in support of Alfredo Acosta.
Thank you, moderator. We will now take speakers in opposition to Alfredo Acosta.
Thank you. And Delia Espinoza, go ahead. You're free to read your statement.
Here's Delia. My name is Delia Espinoza Cortez, or Cortez Espinoza, I'm sorry. As I was saying, I don't believe that he should be out. We have suffered all these years and saw my dad and my uncle suffering of what he did that night. And we are afraid that if he ever was to come out, because he promised that if he ever came out, he was going to come and finish the whole family. I knew him as I was 14 years old, and I saw all the blood at my grandmother's house where the bodies laid where Mr. Acosta shot my grandmother, Maria Sanchez, and my aunt, Juanita Sanchez, and my uncle, Isidoro Cortez. It was a very, very sad. We all took it very hard. So I do not believe that he should get out, but it's all in you guys' hands and in the Lord. But, you know, I truly believe that he should stay there, because after all these years of seeing my dad and suffering, and he would cry every time seeing my grandmother's body, his mother's body there, and his sister and his brother suffering all these years, and all of us. And it took a toll on my sister, Lily Marcus, that had to testify when she was 10 years old, looking at the bodies and the blood, and he threatened to kill her that night also, but thank God that it did not go through. So she has been not so well herself, and she's been going to therapy all these years because of the fact that it comes back to her in her mind and in the nighttime she wakes up and she says, I can't go to the court with you guys because it brings me bad memories, and I'm scared that if he ever comes back or comes out, he will do harm and look for me. And that worries us all. So I'm asking, please, you know, if it is, please don't let him out, because it was very hard for all of us, and it is still very hard for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Alfredo Acosta and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Alfredo Acosta, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. We have a hand raised for Cortez family. Go ahead. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, commissioners of the board. My name is Linda Cortez. I am the granddaughter and niece of the victims. This Mr. Acosta murdered all of them, and you know the story, but we want to refresh everybody's mind because we still live in this hurt. And we, the Cortez and Sanchez family, do not believe that he is suitable for parole because of the heinous crimes that he committed on our family. I believe he still carries a lot of hate and anger in his heart and mind, especially because he has been behind bars for over 50 years. Do you think he's not mad at us? Yes, he is. He stated many times that when he would be released, he was going to finish up the Cortez family. We have that in our heart and in our minds too. My sister, who was only 10 years of age, saw and witnessed this heinous crime that he did on my grandma, my tia, my tío. She's afraid of the release of this inmate. And she really believes he's coming out and going after her because she had to testify in court against him. She has high blood pressure. She's just a basket case because she thinks she's going to get out. She was only 10 years old and she saw this all before her eyes. And if he wouldn't have run out of bullets, she was next because it only went click, click, and that's all she heard. Previously, in the other parole meetings that we've had on Mr. Acosta, he has shown no remorse, not once. He has never, ever asked for forgiveness to any one of us. He believes he had all the right to kill my aunt because she was cheating on him when he was the one that had the lover, and he killed my mom, my grandma, who was about 80 years old and only 4'11" of height. It said that she pushed him, and that's why he shot her point blank. And then my uncle, who tried to save his mom and his sister,
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
Ma'am, I implore to the board, just because you are elderly, it does not give you a pass after committing 4 horrendous murders. Please take everything into consideration. Thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank
Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in opposition to Alfredo Acosta? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak about Alfredo Acosta?
Yes, ma'am.
Chairperson. Yes, go ahead.
This is Erlinda again. My sister Elvira Cortez is here. She's very nervous and can't find herself to speak, but she would like for me to say something on behalf of her. Can I do that, or are we allowed to do that?
Hello, she can make a statement, but no, you're not allowed to do it on her behalf. Every individual gets one opportunity to speak.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you again.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak about Alfredo Acosta? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Alfredo Acosta.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is Relito Bumalag, CDCR number H58525, item number 23. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. Our first speaker is Michael Delane. Michael, if you are with us, please unmute yourself. If you are calling in, please hit *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Mike Delane. I've been working with the Delancey Street Foundation for well over 30 years, and most recently, the last 10 years, Solano State Prison with the Delancey Street Honors Program. Mr. Relito has been with us. It will actually be 3 years on the 14th of next month, and he's just been exemplary the whole time he's been with us. So it's actually a pleasure to speak on his behalf. One of the things that he's done that he's most successful for is not only in turning his life around and taking a look at his faults of the past, is the fact that he's been able to work in our Delancey Street restaurant we opened up that actually serves the prison. I would certainly ask all the commissioners that have time to come to Solano to please enjoy some of those delicacies there. Mr. Relito, to be quite honest, in May of 22, I thought he was a pain in the ass, excuse my language, but it was only because he hit the ground running. He was always asking questions, always involved, always helping people, always giving back. So I just wanted to be able to call here. Thank you for the opportunity and say that I think he's certainly a person that should be able to be set free. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of Relito Bumalag and are on video, please raise your hand using Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in support of Relito Bumalag, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Rolito Boomlang? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Rolito Boomlang.
Thank you, moderator. We will now take speakers in opposition to Rolito Boomalak.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have one speaker, Julianne Walker, DDA Los Angeles City. If you are with us, please unmute yourself. If you are calling in, please hit *6. Julianne Walker.
Good morning, I'm here. Good morning, Commissioners. Julianne Walker from the LA County District Attorney's Office again. With respect to Mr. Boomalak, I'm probably saying his name wrong, this involves an unprovoked execution of his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend. Although he has a lot of support in the community, he still demonstrates lack of remorse and understanding. His victim impact statement is generic. His individual letters are all about him. His book reports are all about him and his trauma. His relapse plans are formulaic and appear to be copied from other people as well as class materials. His programming doesn't seem to address the main issue in his crime, which is jealousy. There's no recent DV programming. His CRA noted that as recently as 2021, he had a high risk of violence in the public. He had severe behavioral problems and gang violence and had a 5-year denial back in 2021. In 2024, he had a moderate where the CRA clinician noted he only has 5 years compared to a near lifelong participation in violence and gang activity. And that's only 5 years of a pro-social rehab program. And while we agree with the CRA clinician that the inmate is on the right path, he is not ready for parole. When one has that lengthy of a record, still lacking insight and remorse, it is believed that he needs further rehabilitation and positive programming, and we submit this grant was improvident. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Rolito Boomlang and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button. I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in opposition to Rolito Boomlang, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Rolito Boomlang? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Rolito Boomlang? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Rolito Boomlang.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is David Carson, T30386, item number 24. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
If you would like to speak in support of David Carson and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in support of David Carson, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of David Carson? Chairperson, there are no speakers in support of David Carson.
Thank you, moderator. We will now take speakers in opposition to David Carson.
The first speaker is Marlena Martinez. If you are with us, please unmute yourself. If you are calling in, please hit *6.
She's present.
Oh, in person.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Marlena Martinez, and I am the sister of Edward Rodriguez. He is the person who was murdered at the hands of David Vincent Carson, the inmate whose risk to public safety and consideration for parole you will all be considering today. I'm also here as a representative of my family, the Rodriguez family, who have been so emotionally impacted and grieved by the loss of my brother, who cannot speak today. Here is his daughter, Carissa, and his wife, Rosie, along with my mother, Ruby. There are a few points I would like to make today, and I kindly ask that you consider the weight of my words. My first point being that of clarity. This is not a case of a drug deal gone wrong, nor is it a case of self-defense. The action of Mr. Carson's were premeditated for weeks. They were cold-blooded, calculated, and intentional. The motive for his actions, you may ask? It was simply that my brother did not agree with him on brutally attacking a mutual friend. That's it. That's all it took, a difference of opinions. I refer you to the November 6, 2024 parole hearing transcripts, page 71, lines 21 through 25, and page 72, lines 1 through 18, to see that my words here are true. Second, Mr. Carson's last comprehensive risk assessment was conducted in June of 2022, where he met the criteria for antisocial personality disorder. It was also determined that Mr. Carson was a moderate risk. There is no doubt that if Mr. Carson, that he will encounter significant stressors if he is allowed to parole, stressors that will likely cause Mr. Carson to respond in antisocial ways, such as extreme violence and murder, as he has shown himself to be capable of both without regard for life or fear of consequence. Lastly, though Mr. Carson has created a mental health and anger relapse plan, his plan consists of contacting crisis lines or SAMHSA for immediate intervention, and I'm gravely concerned that he seems to be naive about the world that we live in. The great state of California, amongst other states, are in crisis due to lack of mental health professionals.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
I ask that you consider letters that have been submitted on behalf of my family, friends, and community. Kindly ask you to consider that in your consideration for this case. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ruby Rodriguez.
He's also in person.
Yes.
Hi. Just if I could do this. To the whole panel. As you know, I'm Ruby Rodriguez. I'm the mother. I was going to read this, but I think I'll just tell you from my heart. The loss of my son was devastating more to the little circle here. I miss my son dearly. And now that he's come up for parole, and I simply ask myself, is he really rehabilitated? That's why we have you, the panel. Now, I really feel like this. It comes from a mother that lost her son. That we go through this constantly, and it's a reminder. And his freedom, you and everybody else, makes me sad because he'll be able to come out and hug his family, reunite with them. We don't get that. And that hurts. The little that I get is from my granddaughter, my grandson, his wife. That's all we get, our little circle, which is the Rodriguez's. So I ask the panel, please consider it. Please do not let him go. I ask it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carissa Rodriguez, also in person.
Hi, thank you guys. I wasn't really planning on speaking today, but I did submit a letter for you guys to consider. I just have a few words to say. So thank you guys for the chance to speak today. My name is Carissa Rodriguez, and I am the daughter of the victim. In 2022, I participated in my first parole hearing, and again in 2024. After sitting through those hearings and listening to the description of the execution-style murder this man carried out, I did not feel any authentic remorse or genuine conviction for his actions in that time. He continues to show lack of meaningful self-help and scattered programming. A continuation of rehab is necessary for this person to rehabilitate successfully, which is why I just asked today that you guys reconsider your decision and deny the parole at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Edward Rodriguez Sr. If you are calling in, please hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I have the external speaker on.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, good afternoon to all the board members. My name is Edward Rodriguez Sr., and I'm the father of my son, Edward, the decedent, Edward Rodriguez Jr. And I'm asking this parole panel for parole to be denied for Mr. Carson. Please read my letter I've submitted. The reason for denial request of parole. Mr. Carson assassinated my son, shot him in the head, truly just because my son spoke out for a friend that Mr. Carson beat up and blinded him out of his eye, Mr. Anthony Gomez. Mr. Carson is a liar. He's a manipulator. Everything he has under his belt that he's done in prison, he's done it because he was told to do it. He had to do it, not because he wanted to do it. He has no remorse. He's not ready to come out. He has a 56-year term. He's done 25 years. That's nowhere near anybody's life. He should stay there for a long time more. He's a liar. He's a manipulator. When he first went to court, he smeared feces all over the wall trying to pretend he was insane. The courts found him ready to go for trial, that he was not insane. And all along, we're in prison. My family is in prison. My family is in prison till this day, not just him. And thank you very much. He's not ready to come out. I would ask you to please do not let him out at this time. Thank you for hearing me out. Have a good day. God bless.
Thank you. The next speaker is Julianne Walker, DDA of Los Angeles County.
Good afternoon again. Please review the letters in opposition to the governor from the Rodriguez family and the LA County District Attorney's Office. We are opposed to the grant for this inmate and ask that a rescission hearing be set. Not only were the inmate's explanations of his cell phone violations unbelievable and lacking insight, his words of remorse and victim impact were suspect and hollow. Inmate Carson himself admitted at his first hearing that his 2020 cell phone violation was him, quote, exhibiting criminal thinking and thinking he could be slick and get away with it. His performance at the 2024 parole hearing was more of the same. The main reason this grant is improvident is the failure of the panel to question how he completed 4 AA degrees, some 16 book reports, at least 15 programs, which appear to be primarily correspondence courses, and submit a PTA consisting of some 102 pages while working full-time 7:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. and having surgery in 2023. All this in a mere 2 years. The 2024 panel never questioned this unlikely accomplishment. Had an LADA prosecutor been allowed to appear by the previous administration, this amazing feat would have been put to the test in clarifying questions. The many undated and unsigned documents, all typed on the same machine, would have been pointed out and the inmate asked to explain. In the 2022 hearing, the inmate blamed waiting lists for his lack of programming. Merely 2 years later, he managed to check off an incredible array of programming boxes. Too perfect and quite suspect. Very concerning, this was not addressed by the 2024 panel. But it was not lost on this prosecutor while reviewing the PTA, nor was it lost on the Rodriguez family. Therefore, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office submits this 2024 grant is improvident in the face of the inmate's continued unchallenged manipulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosie Rodriguez.
She's present in person. She's coming forward now.
Okay.
She indicates she will not be speaking at this time.
If you would like to speak in opposition to David Carson and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in opposition to David Carson, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to David Carson? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about David Carson?
Yes. My name is Anthony Gomez.
You have 2 minutes.
Due to the malicious act that he has pulled, there's been a lot going on in my life. Eyesight, not able to do what I need to do in physical life. Using strong magnifying glasses just to see fine print due to having only one eye. The process of life has gotten really, really hard as we got older because of our eyes failing, and only having one eye it's kind of harsh in many ways, but I'm still able to do life aspects throughout my life by just keep trying, and knowing that trying you fail a lot and you also succeed a lot. Due to his manipulation of everything that he's done, he's very smooth talker. He's able to weasel his way out of his issues and his problems. I don't know the situation of what was going on in his head. All of the false statements that he has put forward has hurt me for no reason. I have done nothing. All I have done is open my house to him and his girlfriend and get accused of things that were not true. And I don't think he's ready for parole. And that's my end of my statement.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about David Carson? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for David Carson.
Thank you, moderator. The time now is 1:28 p.m. Let's take one more brief recess and return back at 1:40 p.m.
All right. So, hey, for you guys that jumped over here to the damn 21 people jumped over. Hey, highly appreciate you guys. You guys that jumped over to the other app, highly appreciate you guys. But yeah. I normally when I run streams like this, I try to keep them. I try to not to have my voice on them because I don't want to interfere with anything that's being said. I prefer to interrupt it on TT for those of you guys. But whenever there's hearings like this, I'll normally run numerous streams. Some streams I'll keep them muted. Some streams you will be able to hear me. It just varies. So that's why you guys couldn't hear me over here on the purple app, if you will. Let me see. Only one I have come across. There's been some people that have been mimicking kind of what I've been doing, but from what I hear, they're not. They don't have the wording or the comedy going on that I do. So, Callie, dang. Let me see. Still wants to watch. Download the app. Hey, thank you, Nate, for that. Highly appreciate that. There it is. That is right, Chad. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah. So I'm using one app for one and one app for the other one. Normally, I would have everything under one umbrella. On YT, I normally got 3, 4, 5, even sometimes 6 different streams going on at the same time. But with these other platforms, that they don't allow that. So it's I've been trying to figure this out as every day passes. I'm trying to archive all these hearings and whatnot. So and right now I'm focusing on the ones that I think are most important to us. So that's why I'm focusing on California here, if you will. Let me see. Can I see the chats? Hey, thank you, Smiles. I see that you jumped on over. Let me see who else. Mary. I think that's Mary Co. 1219 and 128. Thank you guys for jumping on over. Highly appreciate you guys. 23 people. What? I never had that many people on Twitch, if you will. But yeah, nobody can do which. Hey, there's been a few. When I started in January, some people started popping up, and people would get back to me like, "Hey, James, this person is doing that. That person is doing this." It is what it is, when you're onto something, people are gonna try to replicate what you're doing. So, Linda, the Dumb and Dumber, man, I love that. That's so mad. Yeah. There it is. Hey guys, well, it's about that time. I gotta go ahead and start getting ready. Like I said, if you guys want to continue watching, just go to my profile, hit the links over there, or just jump on over on Twitch at Collect Call From, or Collect Call From. It's right there. All right. Anyhow, hey, I do appreciate you guys. I am Collect Call James. You are watching. You have a Collect Call From, and like I said right here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. I'm only going to cut the streams for TikTok. The other streams are going to remain up, all right? You guys have a good one. I'll be back later on and let you guys know what the outcome is. And I'll probably be on the chat on Twitch, all right? So I'll be commenting. I'll be on the road, but I'll be there with you guys, chatting it away with you, all right? When you're coming back. I don't know. I'll be back later on. I got to take care of some things. I've been online today for quite some hours now. So at this point, but I got to go ahead and take care of some things.
1:40 p.m. now.
Oh, they're back. All right, guys.
The next case is Alan Engert, Engert, CDCR number D14826, item number 25. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
If you would like to speak in support of Alan Engert and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in support of Alan Engert, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Alan Engert? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Alan Engert.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Alan Engert.
If you would like to speak in opposition to Alan Engert and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in opposition to Alan Engert, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Alan Engert? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Alan Engert? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Alan Engert.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is John James, AT 6575, item number 26. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
If you would like to speak in support of John James and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. B. James, you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes. When you begin speaking, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello, Commissioner, and hello, panel. My name is Bianca James. I am the wife of John James, who was formerly incarcerated. I'm here in support of John. For the last 14 years while incarcerated, he has made a tremendous change. Not only is he remorseful for his victim and his victim's family, but he has taken every day of his incarceration to prove and shown that he has rehabilitated. He has joined numerous vocational classes, as well as being a big mentor and peer to his friends, family, and incarceration inmates. John James took it upon himself to make sure that he had paid his restitution, not only to himself, but to prove to his victim's family that he has been remorseful. John has made an incredible remark to outside families, as well as to my brother. Because of him, my brother has managed to obtain a master's degree in bachelor's of science. Without John's help, my brother would have not accomplished that. Also, he has been a great father to our 2 kids. He has been very understanding, and not only that, he has proven that he has become such a great communicator to prove to himself that he is not a danger to society. He has also took it upon himself to have tattoo removals. So I would like to have you guys consider him to be released upon finishing his incarceration time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anthony Amon Jr.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Anthony Ammons, and I'm here to speak in support of John James. I'm currently a special projects coordinator for the California Department of Justice. Before this, I was formerly incarcerated, sentenced to 102 years to life at 16 years old, and I served 20 years. Today is my 4th year of being out of prison. And I will say, I don't know why John James sought me out on the basketball court. We played basketball at San Quentin in 2018. And ever since then, we've been connected. He's asked me to help him stay away from gangs and make the decision in order to be a productive member of society. And I took him under my wing, and as well as he has taught me. And since I've been out, I've been in contact with him to help him make those decisions. And I believe, and I will support him upon release, once he gets out. And I believe he is not a public threat. He is not a danger to society in any way. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kent Tran. You can unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, dear panel member, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ken Kern, and I'm writing this to express my support for John James. I was his cellmate, and currently I'm a part of his support network. I know trusting that it may be on the solid of their behavior record is not easy, but I hope from the inside that I know his for decades I become that John have no longer danger to society, and while we in prison, he participate in number of programs, sharing his experience and learning from them. Witnessing as a government, and I seen his behavior is significantly changed. He has completely moved away from his past antisocial conduct. Beside me and the family, I prepared to offer him the assistance in any way possible when he returns to the community. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak up on today, Commissioner and ladies and gentlemen, and you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Ananda Hart. You can unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ananda Hart, and I represented Mr. James at his parole hearing in December of 2024, wherein he was found suitable for parole. The panel that came to this decision were correct in their assessment, and Mr. James's grant should be upheld today. The governor's office referred this case so that the full board could consider whether Mr. James has sufficiently mitigated his risk for antisocial conduct and whether he has the insight and tools he will need to maintain healthy relationships in the community. I contend that he does. The incredible support network that is shown up here today for Mr. James is testament to the pro-social community that he has built for himself, and in this community, he will thrive when released. Many of the people who have been interacting with Mr. James day in and day out, including correctional officers, program staff, and members of the incarcerated population, have submitted letters showing not only their support for his release, but their observations about his exemplary character and his ability to be an excellent model and a guide to other incarcerated individuals. These letters can be found in the 10-day file and are referenced in the writing that I submitted to this panel. Mr. James has developed insight into his past and his present. He has developed coping skills and strategies to help him manage his behaviors, and he has developed an incredibly supportive pro-social network in the community. He has been progressing steadily since he came to prison, and for the last 5 years, he has desisted from all antisocial conduct. He is suitable for parole, and his grant should be affirmed today. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of John James and are on video, raise your hand, and using the Microsoft Teams button, I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in support of John James, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of John James? Mr. Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of John James.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to John James.
If you would like to speak in opposition to John James and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in opposition to John James, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to John James? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about John James? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for John James.
Thank you, moderator.
Hello?
The next case.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
I hit *6 4 times. It finally went through. I'm Vicky Satka, the nephew of the victim. I first want to thank you for your time. I'm a little medicated from surgery, so I hope I don't ramble. I'm very upset. Our family just does not believe that you would even consider letting someone out of prison for murder in such a short amount of time served. No matter how many classes and how good he's been in prison and what a wonderful family he has, that's all wonderful, but 13 or 14 years for murdering an innocent person, He got up that day, loaded a gun, went out hunting down another person, emptied his gun into my nephew that was walking down the street a few hours before his 21st birthday. Now he wants to get out, go enjoy all his children's birthdays, have his child's 21st birthday, which we didn't get to have. All we have is an urn full of ashes. He's sitting there with nothing. He did nothing wrong but walk down the street. This guy has been in gang activity, from my information, up till 5 years ago. So he went to some classes, had some therapy, made friends, got married in prison. He still has a life. Even if it is in prison, he still has family and a life to live. My nephew does not have a life. My sister had a stroke from this. She's distraught every day. It's just unbelievable that someone's life can be taken that's innocent by an evil person that set out that day to commit murder. He was just stupid enough to kill the wrong person, blamed it on his gang members, blamed it on his family. Well, a lot of people have a horrible childhood, way worse than his, that don't commit murder. All gang members do not commit murder. He deliberately killed somebody in a fit of rage because he was mad, I believe because he was a snitch or something. It's not because the guy killed his family member or raped somebody in his family.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
I just would like you to please consider that he should have to stay in prison longer than 14 years for committing murder. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about John James? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for John James.
Thank you. The next case is Kimberly Labor, W90223, item 27. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Our first speaker is Alicia. I'm sorry, I don't actually have a last name. Alicia?
Alicia Moore, she's present.
Alyssa Moore for Legal Services for Prisoners with Children, and just in support of Kimberly Labor's full parole, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rusty Baez. If you are with us, please unmute yourself. If you are calling in, please hit *6. We will circle back to Rusty Baez. Our next speaker is Melvin Calloway. If you are with us, please unmute yourself. If you are calling in, please hit *6. Melvin Calloway? Okay, we will circle back. Our next speaker is Charlie Wolf. If you are with us, please unmute yourself. If you are calling in, please hit *6.
Hi, my name is Charlie Wolf. I have known Kim Labor for over 10 years. I knew her when I was incarcerated at CCWF under the name Tyler Witt. I met her when I was 18 years old. And when I first got to prison, I was in a very bad depression. I didn't speak more than maybe 5 words a day. Most people avoided me, but Kim actually took the time to reach out to me and to develop a friendship with me. She became a mentor and a very close friend. Today, I consider her family. She has helped me grow as a person the entire time that I have known her. She has always been someone that I could go to when I was having issues in my life, and she would help hold me accountable and then help me figure out how I could make amends for things I had done in my past or things that I needed to take accountability for interpersonally when I was in prison. I just have to say that, you know, Kim, the person that she was when she committed this crime, it was heinous, but she's not that person anymore. And I can say that for certain because the person that she was would not have reached out to an 18-year-old little girl who had been in prison since she was 14 and helped her become a better person. And I can honestly say that when I was found suitable in 2022 by this board, in a large part, it was because of the influence that she had on me. As for support, I know that there has been some concern about her returning to her county of commitment, but were she to be released to any county in the state of California, she will have support. If she's released to San Diego County, I can provide her with a home after she is released from her 6-month reentry program. I also have a car that she can have, and
your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
thank you. And also potential job opportunities as an AOD counselor. Thank you for your time. I would appreciate you considering her parole.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Macias. If you are with us, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can the board hear me?
Yes.
I want to thank the board for this opportunity to speak on behalf of Kim Labor today. I just wanted to say I've known Kim for a very long time, and like the previous speaker, Kim had a huge impact on my life. I was also in prison, and it was only by Secretary McComer's grace, love, and the mercy of my higher power that I got out, because he asked the judge to recall my sentence for exceptional conduct. And I want to say that a lot of my change had to do with Kim's influence on my life. She had stopped me on the yard one day when I was in the middle of my active addiction, and she started teaching me about drug and alcohol education. And she was brave enough to stop someone on the yard in active addiction, because Kim doesn't take the easy way out. And as our friendship grew in prison, I used to teach exercise classes, and Kim always took the hardest ones because, again, she doesn't take the easy way out. And when she was denied in board, Kim didn't take the easy way out. She turned back to her peers, which I was blessed to be one of them, and I said, hey, what am I missing? And the next time that she's denied, she didn't feel sorry for herself. She didn't get angry. She took the hard way out. She said, what am I missing? All Kim has done is prepare herself for this opportunity for release. I want to say, since I've been out, I've been hired by Options Recovery Services, the same organization that Kim will work for when she's free. I work for Options, and I'm an admissions director, admissions counselor, and I've been coaching Kim and teaching Kim. We have housing available for her. I've worked with the housing coordinator. The room is ready, and she has her internship ready as soon as she's able to leave. And within 2 months of me getting released, I was intern, and in 3 months I was hired, and we're looking at a same type of career path for Kim. So she'll be working not just as a job, but in a profession if this board allows her to go free, and we're ready to receive her. And I'm looking forward to reuniting with her and working alongside her as I got to in prison and continue our friendship. And I thank this board for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I will circle back to Rusty Baez. Rusty, if you are with us, please unmute yourself. If you are calling in, please hit *6. Okay. And Melvin Calloway, if you are with us, please unmute yourself. If you are calling in, please hit *6. Okay. I see Elizabeth Nomura has her hand raised. If you would unmute yourself, your 2 minutes starts when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, members of the panel. My name is Elizabeth Nomura. I am a statewide membership organizer for the California Coalition for Women Prisoners, and Kim and I have spent time behind the walls of CCWF for the years of my incarceration. It is within the community of incarcerated sisters that we have held each other accountable for the pains we've caused and healed from the unspeakable traumas in the chapters of our life. I have been home for 5 years, living the life that Kim is so deserving of today. I am a part of a supportive and loving community of formerly incarcerated sisterhood who have paved a pathway of success for our sister. Many of us who are calling in today in strong support of her release are reentry program directors, nonprofit organizers, and graduates of post-secondary studies of some of the most prestigious universities. As her friend and CCWP advocate, there is no resource that my friend Kim will not have full access to. If she needs me for rides, financial, moral, and emotional support or guidance in navigating her new environment, I am here for her. I'm confident through the many things that Kim has accomplished while incarcerated, being a part of the palliative care, being a volunteer of the Gifted Hands program, in which she's been crocheting blankets for veterans and children in hospitals, and also to being a puppy program dog trainer. All of these services that she's been paying her living amends for the harms that she caused is only just a small fraction of what I see that she's only going to continue to be doing when she paroles. I know that she's going to continue to serve her community outside those walls alongside with us. And so I ask this panel to uphold the original decision of the board and to uphold the original decision for her suitability of parole. Thank you.
Thank you. Saul Mercado. You are still muted.
Ms. Mercado, if you can just log off and log back in, we'll circle back to you, ma'am.
If you would like to speak in support of Kimberly Labor and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Yanette Herrera. Oh, it looks like I lost her. Barbara Chavez. You can unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Barbara Chavez, and I'm here today to offer my strong support for Kimberly. I've had the privilege of knowing her for over 15 years, and throughout that time, I've deeply respected and admired her genuine care for others. What has always stood out to me is the way she trained her puppy with remarkable patience, kindness, and love. It was a clear reflection of her character in my eyes. Kimberly is not only a dedicated participant in the puppy program, but she's also a certified drug and alcohol counselor who consistently uplifts and encourages those around her. She leads with grace, humility, and compassion, and her presence truly makes an environment better. I have no doubt that Kimberly is ready to return home and continue her life of service. Through my work with the Ella Baker Center, I am also in a position to support her transition by connecting her to resources such as basic hygiene, clothing, and transportation, as well as opportunities to stay engaged in community work. I fully support her release and am committed to walking alongside her on the next chapter of her journey. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amber Ingram. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, I have known Kim for approximately 8 years. I too was incarcerated with her as well as being in the dog program. Kim has shown nothing but compassion for everyone she comes into contact with. She's always trying to help somebody be better. I know she did that with me. I also have went before the parole board and got found suitable with her help and guiding me and making myself a better person and realizing my part in my crime. So I would really love for Kim to come home and continue to do what she does. She's an amazing drug and alcohol counselor. She's an amazing dog trainer. She does hospice in the institution where she sits with women that are passing away. She has nothing but compassion because she always wants to give back due to her crime and what she did. So thank you for your opportunity and releasing her. Thank you.
Thank you. If you are on the phone and want to speak in support of Kimberly Labor, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself.
Good afternoon, Honorable Commissioners. My name is George Smith. I'm the Director of Reentry and Violence Prevention for a company called Options Recovery Services. We host a transitional home very specific for those that are a part of the Occupational Mentor Certification Program, which is the counseling program Ms. Labor has actually undergone. I jumped on the call just to let you all know that all services upon her release she will receive: acquisition of documentation, housing, all the services that she'll need in order to assimilate correctly and appropriately. We thank you again for this opportunity, and I just wanted to offer that to you all and let you know that she will have a nice space to land and get her things together. We support her in everything that she needs to get done, and we thank you all. I know that's not an easy job for you all, I can only imagine. So thank you all for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sol Mercado.
We still can't hear you, ma'am.
Are muted. There
You
you
guys
are.
hear me now?
Yes.
I apologize. Well, good afternoon. I would like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of Kimberly Labor's release. My name is Sol Mercado, and I'm the reentry coordinator for a nonprofit organization in Oakland called Planting Justice. I'm also someone who was impacted positively by Kimberly while incarcerated and continue even after my incarceration. Our reentry program will be able to fully support Kimberly in her release by connecting her with many resources in the community, and she will be able to apply for a job at our organization since we highly encourage and value the skills that formerly incarcerated people have. Our reentry program has weekly self-help groups, access to therapy, and peer support. We also work on different projects that allows our participants to continue making amends to the community. Ever since I met Kimberly in 2010, she has been a positive influence in my life. Throughout my whole incarceration, she was always someone that I could look up to as an example because she's always staying positive and being of service to others, while at the same time seeing her hold herself accountable. I had the privilege of being mentored by Kimberly and using her peer mentor drug and alcohol counseling certification to help others and continuing growing in her recovery. I also got to see firsthand how open and dedicated she was with the youth while we were both participating in the youth diversion program and being trained by her at the puppy program. I feel very confident that when Kimberly is given a second chance, she will be a great asset to our community, as she already is in the prison, because she has the support and the tools she needs to be successful. Kim, as we all call her, has made an impact on those around her. She is a perfect example that people like us can change and make healthier decisions and be leaders in our community. I'm here to support Kimberly with any of her reentry needs into the community, as she worked really hard to be able to get a second chance at freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jenny Salazar. You can unmute yourself, and your 2 minutes begin when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Jenny Salazar, and I'm here to support Kim Labor. Man, I was in the puppy program with her for a good about 6 years, and she, not only that, she was my mentor, and if it wasn't for her, you know, just being a drug and alcohol counselor, she has helped me continue to be on a sober path. I am officially out right now, and you know, I am a certified dog trainer, and I know just with her compassion and being able to get the opportunity to get out, that she can go ahead and do the same thing that she loves doing. She is an amazing woman. She has done so much change. She's just, you know, has been like transformed for who she is, and I just hope that you guys see that and give her the opportunity to come out and just be able to live her life and just make the living amends that she's continuing to do on the inside. And you know, she's done so much for me, especially after losing my mother. Like, she's helped me be on the right path and, you know, helped me to just, you know, find the confidence that I needed to be able to make it out here too. And I was incarcerated for 15 years and I am now out. So I just hope that you just give her the opportunity to just, you know, live life and, you know, just giving her the chance to just, you know, be the best version that she is today. And I just thank you for your time and your opportunity to just hearing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yanette Herrera. If you are with us, you can unmute yourself. If you are speaking, we are unable to hear you.
And Ms. Herrera, we cannot hear you. So moderator, let's circle back.
Okay. Melvin Calloway, if you are with us, please unmute yourself and begin speaking. Melvin Calloway. Okay. If you are, I'm sorry, is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Kimberly Labor?
You have someone in person.
My turn? Hi, my name is Christina Perry.
You may continue, speaker. Okay, moderator, we do have someone in person. We're going to go with her first and circle back to everyone who's online.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sydney Moon, legal advocate with Uncommon Law for Kim Labor. Ms. Labor's parole grant must be affirmed as she does not pose a current unreasonable risk to public safety. At her most recent hearing, Ms. Labor demonstrated her powerful and genuine insight and change. The panel heard this from her directly. She has addressed each of the board's concerns and recommendations since her denial in 2021. She took full accountability for her life crimes, speaking in detail to the ugly, shameful aspects of her character at the time, the denial, manipulation, lies, and violence. She shared vulnerably about her causative factors, how she let trauma fester and became callous and violent, how she failed to seek support for addiction and mental health issues. Ms. Labor is not that woman today. Her exemplary disciplinary record speaks for itself. She's never had a 115 for violence. Critically, she's internalized her programming to build accountability, credible honesty, sincere remorse, and positive coping skills she uses every day. Ms. Labor has built deeply trusting, safe, and healthy relationships, becoming a pillar in her community. As the longest active substance abuse counselor through the PUPS program, youth diversion, comfort care hospice, as well as advocacy for survivors of domestic and sexual abuse. Ms. Labor lives her amends and practices her robust relapse prevention plans daily. This panel witnessed her genuine change and properly granted her parole. Today, she is not a threat to our communities. She is an asset. Her grant must be upheld. Thank you.
Thank you. Yvette Herrera. I'm sorry, Yanette Herrera. You can unmute yourself and begin speaking. We are unable to hear you.
She's muted.
Yanette, please.
Can unmute yourself, please. Mr. Herrera, we see you're unmuted, but we still cannot hear you. If you want, you can call in via telephone. The moderator will circle back once again.
Okay. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Kimberly Labor? Mr. Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Kimberly Labor.
We can hear you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is.
There's two of us.
I'm sorry, what?
This is Ms. Herrera? Ms. Herrera, if you can hear us, we cannot hear you.
I was trying to speak, but there was another female speaking at the same time.
Okay, and just to confirm, is this Ms. Herrera?
No,
Can you identify yourself, please?
my name is Kelly Savage Rodriguez.
Are you calling in support of Ms. Labor?
Yes,
Okay, you may begin, ma'am.
thank you. My name is Kelly Savage Rodriguez. I work for the California Coalition for Women Prisoners, and I'm here in support of Kim Labor. I have known Kim since she entered Valley State at the beginning of her time. I can attest to the fact that she is absolutely a different person with more understanding and compassion. She has developed deep relationships within the inside community and our outside community. She is an active member in multiple things within the institution around substance abuse education, about sobriety as a whole. She is active in the youth diversion program to help stop the cycle of incarceration, as well as working with our palliative care. You've heard a lot about her work with the puppy program and a little bit about her deep remorse. I have been, as I said, connected with her from the very beginning. We have been in deep conversations about what it looks like to be accountable. I am her accountability partner. She has an entire network of individuals that will support her when she comes home. One of the things that allows Kim to be the dynamic person that she is because she does take true accountability for her crime. She is open and honest and attempting to educate the community about the harmful effects of keeping that silence, and is doing the work to attempt to make amends to both victims with clear understanding that this is a lifetime work. As her accountability partner, she has many opportunities for housing, and employment is ready for her. But if there is an opportunity where the board mandates she comes to another part of the state, she has opportunities in multiple areas. We will help support her as she connects with other organizations. I thank you so much for your time and your consideration on this very important matter.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Kimberly Labor?
Hi, my name is Justina Perry. I would like to speak on behalf of Kimberly Labor. I was incarcerated with her for approximately 10 to 11 years at CCWF. I was in the puppy program with her, where she taught me the skills that I needed that I can now use out here in the world. I did go before the board and was found suitable due to the support and guidance that I received from Ms. Kim Labor. She has been a guiding light, and even though I'm out here still and she's inside, she still is a source of light and compassion when I'm having tough times out here. She's somebody who can help me see from a different perspective, and I know that if she was given the chance, even if there is difficulties out here, that she would be able to move past those as she has guided me to do so. She helps in so many different ways. I've never seen her resort to anger. She's always been the source of conflict resolution, talking things out, seeing things from a different perspective, understanding where another person's coming from. And I know that if given a second chance to come on out here, that she would not pose a risk or a danger. I've never seen her be violent in any aspect, and I thank you for giving her, or potentially giving her, this second chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Kimberly Labor? Sol Mercado?
I think she spoke already, but she's muted
Yes.
as well.
You're muted.
And once again, if there's anyone having difficulties, just please, you can log in via telephone.
Thank you, moderator. Ms. Mercado did already speak, so I think we can go ahead and move on.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of Kimberly Labor? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Kimberly Labor.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Kimberly Labor.
Our first speaker is Heidi Murphy. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is.
Sorry.
My name is Heidi Murphy, and I'm the niece of one of Labor's victims, Kelly Chilcote. Over the past 27 years since Kelly was murdered, my family and I attended every court hearing, murder trial, and parole hearing for Ms. Labor and her 3 co-defendants, well over 150 court dates, until August of 2024, when I received a letter from the Office of Victim Survivor Rights. Apparently, I had been recategorized as a concerned citizen and not family, and would be disqualified to receive any further information. Kelly was my family, our family. We missed his love and laughter every day. In November 1998, Miss Labor and her friends entered my uncle's home in the middle of the night, bound him, and for hours beat him, tortured, and killed him. She has never admitted her full participation. In the days before that, she beat Eric Cupo, slitting his throat and shattering his skull, and he had to be identified as a John Doe until last year when DNA finally identified him. Her crimes are and were extremely violent. In her last parole hearing, in October 2024, the parole board did not even ask her about my uncle's murder, a story she has changed in every parole hearing. Ms. Labor has a problem with the truth. She lied in 1998 about her crimes. She admitted to lying in 2017 to then Governor Brown to get her sentence commuted. And in 2023, admitted in a court hearing for another co-defendant on Eric's murder that she lied to try to help him get his sentence reduced. And her last parole hearing, she lied. Ms. Labor is still a threat to my family and my community. Releasing a woman who self-admittedly has addiction problems, impulse control issues, and manipulation issues is very scary. Ms. Labor agreed to a plea deal back in 1999 to spare herself the death penalty. We have been given
your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
We have been given a life sentence of grief and sadness, and she should have to serve her sentence as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Apter, DDA, Santa Cruz County.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. Kimberly Labor has never been honest. She lied to receive a commutation in 2017. She lied to the parole board in 2019. Those are I refer to them as the sexual assault lies. She claimed that victim Eric Kulpol sexually assaulted her, and she always minimized her conduct against Mr. Chilcote. She lied to the parole board in 2021, and she lied to the court in 2023, and she lied to the parole board again in 2024. And those I refer to as the marijuana grow lies. That lie was rejected by the board in 2021, and in 2023, the trial court who watched her in person live in court testimony referred to as cold, calculated, and one of the least credible people she had ever witnessed. A liar is not rehabilitated. A liar is someone who has not grappled with their understanding of criminality and the harm they caused, and a liar is an ongoing threat to public safety. We have the big lie, the fact that at 27, she was the mother of a street family with white supremacist leanings who committed 2 incredibly violent, incredibly brutal crimes for money, to steal a gun, to rob Mr. Chilcote. They were horrific. Kim Labor referred to the victimization of Mr. Chilcote as sweeter because he was gay, And the plan to harm Mr. Chilcote was described by a family member of the Street family, Catherine Lauder, as the highlight of the day. It was the gossip of the town in Santa Cruz. They were so excited to victimize this man. She has never owned up to that. She's always minimized. We have then the deeply concerning smaller lies, her ongoing romantic involvement with James Dotson, who's still in custody, her involvement with Towner and Baines, who are still white supremacists. Towner, in fact, committed a murder for the Aryan Brotherhood. Her lies about being involved with Casper Crowell's fundamental Odinism, her changing sobriety date, and her willingness to circumvent restitution. I want to
Your
end
2
with the
minutes
memory.
have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
I want to end with the memory of Eric and Kelly, who should remain at the forefront of everybody's minds, and respectfully request that the board rescind the grant of parole. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dawn Ditlevson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, how you doing? Thank you for taking the time and listening to me. Kimberly Labor was the mother and leader of the group who premeditated 2 murders. She went on to take two lives 2 separate times. And I know there's a lot of different positives and things of that nature. She has lied multiple times at different parole board meetings, etc. I recall in 2019, Labor, I don't have the transcript number, admitted going through John Doe's ID and backpack and saying ID, she would never fess up to who she had taken the life of. You know, Kelly was a big part of the senior community in Watsonville, our family, and it's been a huge loss and going through this time and time again. We should remember that there are 2 people that no longer can take a breath, where Kimberly still has a life in prison, and that's where she should end up being until her time has expired. So please, I believe her grant should be denied and not let her out. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Kimberly Labor and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in opposition to Kimberly Labor, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Kimberly Labor? Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak about Kimberly Labor? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Kimberly Labor.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is Darian Laws, E81183, item 28. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
If you would like to speak in support of Darian Laws and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Nigel Boyle, you can unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nigel Boyle. I'm a professor and associate dean at Pitzer College in Claremont, and I submitted a letter on behalf of Theo Laws, but I won't repeat everything that's in there. Just to say that Theo will complete his BA in the next 2 weeks, and if he paroles in time, he's eligible to walk in Pitzer's graduation on May the 17th. Pitzer's program we've now got over 30 alumni of our program who are out, 0 recidivism. They're all doing well. They've got fellowships. They're in graduate schools. They're in professional occupations. But even among that select category, Theo Laws stands out. He's a real leader. He's definitely the leader of the 4th cohort, the cohort that he's a member of. All of the other inside students look to him. All of the other outside students, we bring outside students in to be educated alongside inside students. They also look up to Theo. He has sort of a grandfatherly role in our larger program. Upon release, I will meet him at the gate. I've been talking to the staff at Francisco Homes, where they're offering him transitional support. We will work immediately to get him a paid internship and to get him on track for the professional opportunities in which we think he will thrive. So that concludes my statement. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for Theon Laws? You can raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in support of Theon Laws, please unmute yourself and press *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Theon Laws? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Theon Laws.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Theron Laws.
If you would like to speak in opposition to Theron Laws and are on video, raise your hand using Microsoft Teams button, and I will call you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in opposition to Theron Laws, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Theron Laws? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Theron Laws? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Theron Laws.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is Pablo Morales, B33187, item 29. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
If you would like to speak in support of Pablo Morales and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in support of Pablo Morales, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Pablo Morales? Chairperson, there are no speakers in support of Pablo Morales.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Pablo Morales.
Our first speaker in opposition is Julianne Walker, DDA for Los Angeles County.
Good afternoon again. While on parole for the 1970 murder and dismemberment of his live-in girlfriend, Mr. Morales committed yet another murder of his wife. He continues to deny both. He's also considered a suspect in the third murder of a third person. And it's important to note that in these crimes, he's manipulated women to get their property and then killed them. He continues to assert implausible denials, despite the fact that he said, I accept responsibility, I acknowledge everything they said, I agree with what the court said, those types of things. The fact is, he didn't discuss the crimes and he would not go into any discussions of his insights, what he actually did. There really is no acceptance of what he did. In fact, recently, before this hearing in October of 2024, in the 2023 CRA, he declined to discuss the crime, but also said it was set up. He said in a habeas corpus petition in July of 2024, I was framed. So really what he did at the last hearing is just said, look, I'm going to say what you all want because I want out. It's not a real acknowledgement of guilt. It's not a real acceptance of responsibility. And then he goes on to blame his problems on women, the relationship with women, really victim shifting at this point. And he says he's going to stay free of these problems because he's impotent and because he can't engage in sex, which is ridiculous because this has always been about property and manipulation. There's no support letters for him except for one person one couple that lives in Texas. He has nothing past transitional housing in Amity, and he has no relapse plan. he's still blaming others for his problems. So this is setting him up for a failure. He remains in extreme danger to public safety, and we ask
Your
that
2
the
minutes
panel.
have lapsed. Please conclude your statement.
Yes, thank you. And we ask that this panel set this matter for a rescission hearing because this is a person who remains gravely dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Pablo Morales and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in opposition to Pablo Morales, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Pablo Morales? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Pablo Morales? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Pablo Morales.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is Jerry Munoz, BE 2260, item 30. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
If you would like to speak in support of Jerry Munoz and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button. I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in support of Jerry Munoz, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Jerry Munoz? Chairperson, there are no speakers in support of Jerry Munoz. Oh,
Hello.
yes. Are you calling to speak for Jerry Munoz? You are muted.
Hello. 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 Yes.
Hi.
Yes. My name is Norma Munoz, and I'm here for Jerry Munoz.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Jerry is my son. He has shared with me emotionally many times how he feels about the crime he had committed on March 15th. On March 5th, I'm so nervous and I'm very emotional, I'm sorry. March 5th, 2016, I'm sorry. And for their families also. He does take full responsibility for the crime. He has never been in a gang and has been raised in a Christian home. He is a good, loving person and is loved by many. He will not be a threat or a risk to society. He has behaved and has not received discipline while he's been incarcerated. He has attended many classes. He's been AA meetings, self-improvement classes, and he is now working in the welding class, which he has completed. He has gone to church. He has a job waiting for him. He has tremendous support from family and friends, pastors, to help with his transition and transportation. We have a room available at our home. We are a Christian family and trust in our Lord in all things. He will continue to attend AA meetings and attend church. Please give a second chance in life to my son, and please affirm his parole. Thank you so much, and God bless you all for giving me this time to express my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Jerry Munoz? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Jerry Munoz.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Jerry Munoz.
Our first speaker is Dana Greason, DDA of Riverside County.
Yes, good afternoon.
In 2016, this inmate drove through a stop sign into a construction area, flipped his car, and struck a pedestrian construction worker, throwing him into the bed of a nearby truck, killing him. Despite the inmate reporting he had actually gone to bed after drinking and slept before he drove, he was a .20. This was his second DUI. The inmate in 2023 and 2024 hearing blamed his alcoholism on low self-esteem and selfishness. In 2023, he was denied parole because the board found he had minimized his drinking and had a lack of insight into the facts of his crime. They stated he had not addressed the causative factors of low self-esteem. In the 2024 hearing, the inmate rambled, had circular answers, and kept changing the board's questions for his. Not my words, these were the board members' comments as they were questioning him. In 2024, the inmate admitted he lied to the 2023 board about the facts of the life crime and what he remembered. He simply stated he minimized. No one asked why he minimized. When asked if he now considered himself to have low self-esteem and selfishness, he just said no. Until redirected, then he said yes. When asked about why he now thinks he has self-esteem, the inmate said he has confidence now. When asked what this confidence was based on, he gave the circular answer of not being ashamed of his low self-esteem. When asked about the stressors that could lead to relapse upon the release, the inmate's first answer was losing his sobriety, which of course is the relapse and not what would cause it. The limited insight of this inmate cannot be more clearly demonstrated by the fact that one of the inmate's first plans in the first month upon his release is to restore his personal driver's license and his trucking driver's license. I asked the board to read my letter, which lays out examples of this limited self-awareness. This inmate did not demonstrate strong insight into the causative factors of his alcoholism. The inmate never explained why he lied to the board in 2023, and his criminal thinking was not explored. The inmate has not used his support system in any way by his own admission, and the inmate's dangerous plan to get his driver's license immediately upon release demonstrates his lack of understanding of his need to prioritize his
Your
sobriety.
2 minutes have
Thank you.
elapsed. Please conclude your statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you would like to speak in opposition to Jerry Munoz and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in opposition to Jerry Munoz, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. If there is anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Jerry Munoz, is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Jerry Munoz? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Jerry Munoz.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is David Ree, last name spelled R-Y, CDCR number AG8747, item 31. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Our first speaker is Boren Ree. You can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Board meeting. My name is Boren. I'm David Reed, brother. I wrote a written statement also, so hopefully you guys get to read the written statement.
We can no longer hear you, sir.
He's gonna get all the support he needs out here. So I just want you guys to, give him a chance to be out here, and also, and on the parole hearing, he was already kind of like granted parole. So, I think genuinely, my little brother is suitable for parole. So, just letting you know that he has family support and all the tools he needs to be out here and just be a regular citizen again. And please look into that support letter that I submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of David Ree and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Bun? You can unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Bun. I'm the co-executive director of Asian Prison Support Committee. I've known David for most of his life. I watched him struggle as a young person with intergenerational trauma. David's family survived the Cambodian genocide, and I know David, as a second-generation Cambodian, have lived through a lot of intergenerational trauma with his family. I also myself am a survivor, so I understand a lot of the trauma that he lived through and have overcome. In the past few years, David had reached out to me, and we spoke about everything in his life, understanding where his family came from, understanding the community, understanding the trauma. David have grown significantly. The way he talks to me now, I have seen him become a man in there. I've seen him become a person with honesty. I've seen him become a person with sobriety. Asian Prison Support Committee, we offer him re-entry service with a cultural relevancy to the Cambodian genocide, to intergenerational trauma, and we have an opportunity to support David coming back home. I've known his family all his life also. I know his brother and sister are ready to receive him. His family's ready to receive him. I know that his brother had a job lined up for him. David have struggled through most of his life, and he have overcame so much. Each and every day that I speak to David, I seen him to grow to become a man that is safe for public, returning back as a citizen. David have tremendously grown. I offer our reentry services with cultural relevancy for his growth and his family growth also. And I urge that this board
your 2 minutes have lapsed. Please conclude your statement.
yeah, I urge this board to give David this chance to come home and be a productive citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of David Ree? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of David Ree.
Thank you, moderator. We will note that we did receive support letters for Mr. David Ree. At this time, moderator, we would now take speakers in opposition to David Ree.
Our first speaker is Julianne Walker, DDA of Los Angeles County.
Thank you. With respect to Mr. Rye, it's the position of LA County District Attorney's Office that he has not had a sufficiently lengthy positive programming. It's only been about 5 years. And in particular, the main weakness is the lack of a mental health relapse plan that is specific enough with identified resources and clinicians to help him if his mental health decompensates. First of all, he's been diagnosed as a depressive disorder, recurrent, with psychotic features and with schizophrenia spectrum disorders. His mental health issues started at the age of 12. He wound up in a mental hospital before going to prison on this crime. And while in prison, he's been since I believe it was 2004, in CCMS, EOP, and a mental health crisis bed, and he remains in triple CMS today. So given all that extreme history with mental health issues, his relapse plan must be more robust than it is. This, combined with his substance abuse, makes him a very high risk to public safety. And he even acknowledged in his CRA interview with the clinician that, quote, "I might need more work. I think I started 6 years ago. I know I have things set in place in order to get to a certain goal." And the CRA clinician stated that while this change has been positive, it's too recent, and Rye needs a lengthier program of rehabilitation to reduce his risk to low. So given all that, the people ask that, or the people from LA County ask that this en banc panel set the matter for a rescission hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to David Ree and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button. I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in opposition to David Ree, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to David Ree? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about David Ree? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for David Ree.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is Jimmy Spiller, CDCR number B99437, item 32. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Our first speaker is Jamie Leva. Jamie, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity, and good afternoon. My name is Jaime Leva. I am the program director for Circles of Support and Accountability, excuse me, which is an adult reentry program here in the Fresno in the Central Valley. And Mr. Spiller has been with us for over a year now, and our application process is extensive, and we know him very well. And he has made every effort in his ability to make amends and to make things as right as possible. And we here at COSA are willing to support him by creating a circle of support and accountability around him. And he'll have 3 to 5 trained volunteers that are going to meet weekly with him to support his reintegration. He's been gone for a very long time. At 72, he's going to need a lot of support. And what's special about our program is that we walk alongside individuals. And like when I say walk alongside individuals, we literally take individuals to medical appointments, to a DMV for whatever reason. And what's very important about our circles is that on the weekly basis, they will meet and discuss any successes that has been happening through the week, but also any challenges. And whatever the challenges that are identified, the circle volunteers will circle around Jimmy and support him as best they can. And we hope that the full board will honor the decision that was made and grant suitability to Mr. Spiller. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Newman. Mike Newman, you can unmute yourself. If you are speaking, we can't hear you. We can circle back to Mike Newman. If you would like to speak in support of Jimmy Spiller and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button. I will call you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in support of Jimmy Spiller, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Jimmy Spiller? And one last try. Is Mike Newman available? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Jimmy Spiller.
Thank you, moderator. We will now take speakers in opposition to Jimmy Spiller.
Our first speaker is Esmeralda Garcia, the DDA Fresno County.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Jimmy Spiller's crimes were unspeakably cold-blooded and cruel. He looked his mom in the face, lifted his rifle, shot, and killed her. He got another rifle, laid in wait for his brother and dad to come home, then shot and killed each of them. Not one of them was or had been a threat to his life in any way. Unlike at his 2016 hearing and the December hearing, the details of his crime were not discussed. We did not learn the true causative factors and coping skills that would address his volatile anger if released at this time. His parole plans are inadequate to address his issues, needs, causative factors, and coping skills because they are not personalized to what he will do. The documents he submitted listed warning signs and such that did not specifically address his issues, and they were basically generic word for word from source materials. His reasons apparently have to do with them seeking to get mental health treatment for him, and he was against this. And as he said in his 2016 hearing, he was angry at the world. He was angry at them, and he was angry at himself. That's on page 97 of that transcript. The inmate has shown us he's capable of acting on violent criminal thinking, but we still don't really know why he killed his family. The details of the murders were not discussed in the December hearing, so details and causative factors brought up at the 2016 hearing were not further examined. He needs to come completely clean at his hearings and be truthful to himself and the board. We believe he has not adequately addressed his mental health issues nor been completely truthful regarding the murders and his true motives and causes. He's older now, but he didn't have to physically wrestle his mom, dad, and brother. Just pull the trigger, which he can still do in spite of his age and any cognitive or mobility issues, which would not limit his ability to shoot someone. In fact, many of his family members—
Speaker, your 2 minutes have elapsed.
who he didn't kill are opposed to his release and are afraid of him. For this and many other reasons, we're requesting that the grant be rescinded or that you know what I mean. Thank you.
If you would like to speak in opposition to Jimmy Spiller and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button. I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in opposition to Jimmy Spiller, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Jimmy Spiller? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Jimmy Spiller? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Jimmy Spiller.
Thank you, moderator. The final case today is Lewis Stanford, P67016, item 33. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
If you would like to speak in support of Lewis Stanford and are on video, raise your hand using Microsoft Teams button. I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Michael Livingston, you can unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes start when you begin speaking.
Hello and good afternoon, board. My name is Michael Livingston. I'm a relative of Mario Lewis Stanford. And I would like to speak to the board about his character and who he's become over the years. He's changed quite a bit. I've been with him through the whole entire time of his incarceration. We're always close as young kids. He's been gone since '95. And the transformation is nothing short of a miracle. I'd like for the board to consider him a candidate with everything, considering, his case and, exactly how brutal it was, right? We're not going to overlook that. He doesn't. He actually does 75 steps a day in remembrance of Ms. Stone. And I think that says a lot about who he is. And I also wrote a statement, and hopefully you guys read it and consider him. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Lewis Stanford?
Hello?
Hello.
This is Kelly Scarborough in support of Lewis Meyer Stanford.
You have 2 minutes.
To the speaker, we have a lot of feedback, and so you might want to adjust that.
Okay. We call him Mario at home. I am his aunt, and we really are grateful that he's having the opportunity to come home. I'm also Michael Livingston's mom, and we've gone through the whole journey with him. We'd like you to know that he has very strong family support. And we just like to see him and know that he's been doing the work. He talks to us often, reaffirms everything that he's accomplished over these years, give him guidance and feedback on things that he's going through. So I would like to think and hope that the board give him this opportunity to come home and hopefully have a good life. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Lewis Stanford? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Lewis Stanford.
Thank you, moderator. We will now take speakers in opposition to Lewis Stanford.
Our first speaker is Mary Nguyen,
She's
who is
present
in person.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Nguyen. I'm a Deputy District Attorney with Solano County. The horrific nature of the crime here highlights Mr. Stanford's antisocial characteristics. Yes, alcohol was involved. However, he had previously known that this 76-year-old woman was elderly, and he had previously thought about robbing her. On that date, he intentionally broke into her house. He then made her take off her clothes, intentionally degraded her and humiliated her. He then violently sexually assaulted her in a sadistic manner by shoving a kitchen utensil into her vagina. He then bludgeoned her to death. This is consistent with his antisocial personality that he exhibited before committing this crime. His entire history has been consistent with drug and alcohol, both abuse and selling drugs, and violence. He has admitted that he would degrade addicts, this is before committing this crime, and that he got a rush when he attacked women. While incarcerated, a controlled environment, we've seen that he has continued to exhibit these antisocial characteristics. He has continued to use and abuse both drugs and alcohol, and continue to sell drugs undetected while incarcerated. He has engaged in various rule violations, including many instances of violence. The last one was in 2021. In 2023, he was assessed as a moderate risk of danger, and he was given a 3-year denial. In 2024, he was granted parole. His current risk of unreasonable harm outweighs his suitability for release at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Caitlin O. Caitlin, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, I'm sorry, I'm going to try to keep it together. This is obviously very emotional for me. So my name is Caitlin. I'm here today because Lewis, or Mario Stanford, is still the nightmare and the true definition of the boogeyman. In March 1995, he brutally murdered my grandmother, who was vulnerable and suffered from Parkinson's disease, the heart of our family. And in doing so, he stole so much more than a life. He stole my safety, my innocence, the future that I should have had together with her. I was only 4 years old. I was just a child, but that day ended my childhood. The trauma he caused didn't stop when the violence did. It haunted every birthday, every holiday, every ordinary day that should have been filled with warmth and love from my grandmother. It ultimately ended in the untimely death of my father, who got wrapped up in addiction based on what haunted him from this. Instead of those days, they became shadows of grief, confusion, and fear. They continued 30 years later. Lewis Stanford made a choice, a deliberate, violent choice, and the consequences of that still echo through my life to this very moment. I live with pain of her absence every single day. The memories I never got to make with her are a constant reminder of the privilege of what he took. Parole is a privilege, and Lewis Stanford gave up that privilege when he committed murder. No amount of time served could undo what he did, and releasing him now would send the message that her life and everything he destroyed no longer matters. I'm asking you with everything I have, do not grant him parole. I want to sleep at night. He is not just part of my past. He is a continuing source of pain and fear in my life. I deserve to live without the threat of seeing the nightmare and the boogeyman walk free. I appreciate you guys taking the time. I know it's been a long day, and I've been here for the whole meeting, so thank you for listening.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Lewis Stanford and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button. I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in opposition to Lewis Stanford, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Lewis Stanford? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Lewis Stanford? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Lewis Stanford.
We will now take comments from anyone who has not yet spoken and wants to comment on a case on today's agenda.
Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in support or opposition to any case on today's agenda? If you are on video, press the raise your hand button. If participating by telephone, unmute yourself and identify yourself. There are no more speakers for today's cases.
Thank you, moderator. On behalf of my colleagues, I wish to thank everyone for participating today. We will recess the open session of the April Executive Board meeting at this time. We will reconvene in open session tomorrow at 9 a.m. This meeting is now in recess.